Clerk will call the roll.
Glenn Whitley, County Judge.
Here.
Roy C. Brooks, Commissioner Precinct 1.
Present.
Andy H. Wynn, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Here.
Gary Fickus, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Here.
J.D. Johnson, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitutes a quorum.
Thank you. Well, it's that time of the year, Mr. Manius.
Thank you, Your Honor, members of the court. Before we start on the presentation, I'd just like to say that we are recording this meeting, but we're not streaming live at this time. We have a problem with our Granicus system, and it's not on our end.
System?
What's that?
It's the county clerk system.
It's our system. We're one big happy family, or at least one big family. It's not on our end though. And we're trying to work to get it, but we'll record this and it'll be available on our archives. With that being said, as the judge said, this is that time of year again that we go through the budget process, and as we've done in the past, we're going to have a brief presentation to the court. It'll be a presentation by our office. Then audit will come up and talk about revenues, and then budget will come up and talk about expenditures. Then we'll go into the various departments, and I believe that you have either an electronic file or a paper file, and we'll go through the departments as they are listed in your file, on your files. So let's begin. What we're seeing is a slight change in what we have had as far as appraised values. You might remember that last year we actually had a decrease in appraised values, and we have now received the July 25th roll, and as it compares to all the other bars that you see, which are the September roll, we have noted that we have had about a 1% increase in revenue, or in added value, from 2011 to 2010. Now, when we look at those numbers, please remember that when you see 2011, that's a tax year, and we'll use revenues from tax year 2011 to fund our fiscal year 2012. Currently, we have about $123,265 million certified on the July 25th roll. We're also going to get a September 1st roll, and we will apply our tax rate not only to that roll but to any changes that might occur on that roll as we go through the tax year. When we look at our tax rates, you might note that our tax rate is going to remain the same. We're proposing that the Commissioners Court adopt a tax rate, and that will be on September 13th, of 26.4 cents per $100 valuation. If one would look historically, since 2002, Commissioners Court has either held or decreased the overall tax rate in each of those years. When you compare our tax rate to other urban counties in the state, as it relates just to county government expenditures, we rank number 2 behind Dallas. I believe we did some calculations, though, and it's my understanding that if you roll the hospital district's tax rate in and the Parkland tax rate into Dallas's, that we actually have a lower tax rate, combined tax rate, than Dallas. But when you look at county governments alone, our proposed tax rate of 26.4 cents is the second lowest of the urbanized counties in this state. So let's look at new construction. Probably the one thing that has slowed down our growth in our AV is the drop-off in new construction. If you look in tax year 2009, which is the largest bar graph, we had over $4.3 billion in new construction AV. In 2010, that came to $2 billion, and we were at about $1.8 billion of value. Now, those values change because a certain amount of that will not be taxed, but the taxable amount for this year, at least on the July 25th roll, is about $1.5 billion. However, the thing is that glass is still half full, and we experienced about $1.8 billion in new growth over in the past year. which speaks very highly of what we see in this economy. So when you look at the average single-family home value, our home values have increased slightly this year. In tax year 2010, it was about $146,000. In 2011, it's about $147,000. So the values are going up. Once again, and most of you have been following what's been happening on the national level. Whenever you have home values that rise, that bucks the trend what we're seeing nationwide. And that's a good sign for our economy. So what does this mean? I think the one thing I'd like for you to focus on is that second column. We spoke very briefly about it, but since 2002, this court has continued to either hold or decrease the tax rate in Tarrant County. So today we're going to be talking about the budget, and we're recommending that we follow the same process that we have followed in the last years, and that's asking the court, after we hear presentations and recommendations from each of the departments and from the budget office, that we do one of three things. We either vote yes to include the budget in the final budget, we vote no as it relates to particular items so that no further considerations will be given to that particular item, or we'll vote to be considered, or TBC, at the conclusion of the budget hearings. Now, for the record, this is a preliminary vote, and it is not a final vote on the budget. That vote will occur on September 13th, along with numerous other votes. When we set the tax rate, we'll do our budget, we'll do hospital districts, emergency services districts, and vote on various other items during that day. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Bertel, who will talk about revenues.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Good morning. I know where we are. Let me begin by suggesting that I would ask you to write, if you have this piece of paper, I call your attention to the transfer line. And the transfer line is a line that is money moving between funds, and so particularly because of the reduction of 2012, it kind of messes up the analytics. So what I ask each of you to do is the bottom of the page under the 2010 actual, if you would write $414,200,000. We're going to just reduce the transfer line out of the total revenue to show that the comparison of our true revenues. And I apologize, I intended to get this fixed on the slide, but didn't get it in time.
414,200,000.
The next line would be 399,423.
That's for
2011 budget.
399 what now?
Wait a minute.
423,000.
Okay, we're going to start this one more time.
Okay.
We're starting with the column that says fiscal year 210 actual, and where it says 421, you want us to write?
414,200,000.
Okay.
Under the 2011 budget, I'd like for you to write 399,423,000. Under the 2011 projected, write 402,572,000. 572. And under the 2012, write 403,853,000. And what that does is just takes out the transfers of money moving back and forth between the funds that really aren't revenue coming in. So, having leveled that playing field, let me begin by saying that
So let me be sure.
Okay.
I apologize, but let me be sure I understand. That bottom number, the 414, is what we actually collected in revenue in 2010.
from taxes and true revenue sources.
Right. And the 2011 is what we actually budgeted to collect in 2011.
That's correct.
You're now forecasting that we're going to collect about $3 million more.
Correct.
And then this is your 2012 estimate, the 403, almost 404.
Right, that's
Okay.
correct. Okay.
So simply what you're doing is taking the transfers number and subtracting them from the total.
Yes.
So if you were to label that line across there, what would you call it?
True revenue.
True revenue. Okay.
Now, when we look at the 2012, there are a couple of observations I would make is, and I'll get into a little details in a moment. We basically began with the 2011 levels, unless we had reason to believe, the 2011 projected, unless we had reason to believe that there was something going to be changing. And essentially, that column reflects a $2 million reduction for state funding cuts for the items that I'll talk about it in a moment. And the tax revenue that we're including does contemplate the September estimate coming in at about 4.7% higher than it is now. Because that's what it did last year. Historically, it has come in. So we've gone ahead and rolled what we expect the tax values to be at the September certified roll. So at that point, then our budget for 2012 is roughly $4.4 million more than it was in 11.
Budgeted.
Budget to budget. The 2011 projected to the budget is about identical because the 403,853 includes $1.5 million of contingent revenue that is up in that miscellaneous line that we don't expect we're going to collect actually. So essentially we're saying after the $2 million reduction in state cuts, with the values that we expect them, the tax values to come in, we're expecting actually to have just about the same revenue that we truly collected this year.
Okay.
At the 35,000 foot level, that's a summary of the overview. The next slide shows that there's two components on that page. I'm sorry. If you look at the changes, the fees of office and intergovernmental have some degree of change. Everything else is pretty close. So what we wanted to do is show you what happened to the fees of office and intergovernmental revenues because they did have some swings. Included in the fees of office, we're anticipating an increase of $750,000 for the constable service fees that you all adopted last week. That goes into effect January 1, so we've factored in 9/12 of our expected $1 million increase. The cremation fees that you adopted for the medical examiner are going in. The county clerk has conservatively estimated that the level of filings that they saw this year may not continue. So their estimated warranty deeds, deed filings, certified copies, and birth certificates collectively is about $500,000 less than they collected this year. It's a little bit more than was budgeted last year, but they're thinking for conservatism that they're not sure that that's going to continue. Spoke with Jeff and Frida this morning, and if they agree that that's being conservative. So that's a reduction. The next item, the district clerk informed us that the Attorney General will no longer be filing a certain type of income withholding order, and that generates about $318,000 a year worth of revenue. And everything else, we end up with about a $250,000 increase in revenues from fees of office.
So this, go ahead, I'm sorry.
What is going to be the impact of the AG not filing those orders, Mr. Wilder? Is it that the orders will still be issued and enforced and just not filed, or are they cutting back on collecting child support.
Commissioner, I sent a full report to the Budget Office and the Auditor, but I also sent a complaint to Senator Harris. Frankly, the kindest thing I can say about it is we got hosed. There was an option that was placed in a very large bill, SB 786, which gave the Attorney General the option to file a nebulous writ. It wasn't even referred to as an administrative writ of withholding. Heretofore, they had to file it with the court. It gave them the option simply to keep a copy of it. Nobody caught it. We have 2 state associations, a county lobbyist. No one caught that. It was buried in the bill, and it came in at a later date. And the Attorney General's accounting lady told me that we're trying to do just what you're all trying to do at the county level, reduce expenses and raise revenue. Because I asked her, where's the federal money going that would have been federal pass-through funds? She said, we're putting it to other uses. So I was really torqued about it because the fiscal notes specifically stated no impact to state government and no impact to local government. We're part of the group that works for the Legislative Budget Board to assess impacts. We were never contacted by the LBB on that bill. That bill was not supposed to have had any impact. It was a redo of various family law things.
Well, while the decrease in fees to Tarrant County is concerning, I'm more concerned about the impact to citizens out there who count upon the AG to enforce child support.
Again, the change in the legislation, they'll still be taking garnishing the wages.
Okay.
But all the Attorney General has to do, instead of filing that with the court, I think it's a terrible idea, because it will not be part of the court's record anymore. But the procedure where, like Bell Helicopter may have 2,000 people that they're taking the wages out and sending them to Austin or deducting the child support out, that will continue. But there'll be no further, the only recognition or acknowledgement of that is that the Attorney General has to keep a copy of that form in their office. And it will
Might
not.
the Attorney General divert some of those child support collections to other uses, since there's no record?
Again, I filed a formal complaint with Senator Harris because they completely ignored the impact of local. Every county will suffer because of this. It's a big chunk of revenue that's going to come out of everybody, and it's going to go in the Attorney General's pocket.
So we know we're going to lose the money. We're not sure what impact it may have on the actual recipients of child support.
They tell me there will be none. Again, it's just a matter in the procedure in the law. The impact of the law, the previous procedure will still occur.
Thanks. Ron, the 256 at the bottom, the net of all of these things, that is already included in the 403,853 that
That's
you're
correct.
estimating?
Yes.
Okay.
If you look, yes, it is. Okay. Then moving on to the intergovernmental line, which is the area that had the larger decrease. And again, these things are based on the best information we have available at this point. The liquor by the drink reductions will cost about $1.7 million. The Senate Bill 7, when we did this estimate, we weren't counting on I believe it's the equalization payment, and I was forwarded a message earlier this week that board is meeting on the 25th, and there's a pretty good probability
We meet on the 25th. The number that we have in there would represent the formula amount, but it's even below our formula calculation,
right.
And because of the growth in the county and the new census numbers, that number should be coming up.
Right.
So regardless of whether we do the equalization or not, that should mean more money. How much more, I'll have a better feel for
next week.
next week after we get past our August. We'll approve our budget at that time for the next year, as well as possibly even make another distribution before the end of this year, before the end of the state's year, because we're a little concerned about those guys deciding to sweep accounts. So there's not going to be no money left.
Your Honor, does that check come from the comptroller's office?
No, we generate the checks out of the Indigent Defense Office, and they'll be working until late on the 31st to make sure checks are in the mail.
Thank you.
Again, on this $1.7 million liquor by the drink reduction, that's not because people are going to drink less, I gather.
There may be, no, I'm not going to say
No, in
that.
fact, our beer revenue, I think, is up, because they've changed that, yeah, they're not drinking any less.
That money is being diverted to other uses by the state.
That's our understanding.
That's correct.
I think they went from, in the past, they paid 10%, and I believe what's happened is, it said they could pay up to 10%, and they decided that instead of paying up to 10%, they just pay 7.5%.
It's 15% reduction,
Yeah.
so it's 8 something.
All right, good news, we're expecting to receive some SCAP money this year, which we did not in 2011.
Excuse me, what is that?
That is the immigration.
State Criminal Alien Assistance Program. Now, to be clear, we have received SCAP funds every year since we started applying for them. They're iffy type funds, and they have been in the past, come from the federal government. We've been uncomfortable including a revenue estimate. This year, we've done it. Now, that doesn't mean that it's the highest of comfort levels, but we traditionally do get SCAP awards every year. It's been as high as $1 million in days gone by. Right now, it's in the 500,000 range. We have not heard
That's
for
something
the
that-
current year what our actual award will be.
That's something that NACO is a big supporter of and does a lot of work in that particular area, as well as in the PILT area.
Hence the reason why our allocation has gone down over the years. There's a certain amount of money that's available to all the claiming organizations, entities, government entities, and as more and more people actively apply for that same pot of money, needless to say, the distribution becomes less and less.
It's a double-edged sword.
It's a double-edged sword.
All right, the next item, CSC boot camp rent, is we have been advised that's going away. The jury reimbursements, I believe, if I remember the numbers, this represents them reducing their reimbursements from 32 to 28 a day. A modest decrease, but a decrease nonetheless. And then everything else is a slight increase. So overall, we're losing about $2.5 million in the intergovernmental revenue category.
How is that facility used now?
I'm sorry?
The CSCD boot camp, how is it used?
It's used for day treatment type programs. There's
Day
no
treatment.
Yes, sir. There's no overnight stays.
Do we still need it?
Do we need the facility?
Yes.
CSCD is going to move their operations to a location where they can be on a bus line, and so that facility then will be vacant.
And surplus?
Currently, yes.
Let's get rid of it.
Then the last element of the funding for the budget is the cash carry forward. And what this slide shows is that overall, and I didn't add totals, but in the 2011 budget was based on $56.5 million, and the 2012 estimate at this point, based on the closing the books through the month of June, is 55.2, or a reduction of about $1.3 million, or 2%.
That's where you add all three columns together?
Budget wasn't built.
Say that again?
The budget number. The 2011 budget, I'm sorry? 49 plus 4 plus 2 is 56. Yeah. So 56.5 was the total of those three lines last year. 55.2 is the total this year for about $1,340,000 in a reduction. And that would be the comments about revenue.
is not running on this paper.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Before we get started, I want to apologize to all of you and the departments in the court for the late arrival of your documentation. Needless to say, this has been a different year for us. We've been short of staff and have done what we could, but in the end, it was the departments that suffered from the late documentation as well as yourselves. I have to push buttons. I hate that. First of all, we'll start with a comparison by function. And as you sit back and look at this, the first question that goes through your mind is what's going on. The bottom line is truly nothing changed, just like with the revenues. Everything's pretty equal. The big difference when you're looking at the plus and the minus for each of our major functional areas in the county is that in 2011, the lump sum payments are included in each one of the departments. In 2012, since it was a lump sum, it wasn't a carryover of those salaries. So it is not there. So you've got departments in every one of those categories whose salaries have actually gone back to basically the 2010 level. That makes it non-comparable. Now there's some information at your podium where I've tried to give you some what I'm calling an equalized 2011 budget, so that when you look at their current year or projected 2012 budget, recommended budget, it does tell you a little bit more. And as you look at that comparison, if you see a department that's at 100% or 101% of what their equalized 11 is, that's really telling you that they've made some internal changes that help offset, but not totally, the natural increases in their budget from an increased retirement rate and increase in health insurance rates. So bearing in mind, looking at this, it's really pretty equalized, with the exception of transportation. Now, I'll make a few comments about transportation right quick. In 2011, we used available cash balances to make what we're calling a one-time transfer to special purpose funds for right-of-way purchases, because that's what really skews and changes can change dramatically in year to year for our road and bridge fund. We have recently learned, and that $4 million that was transferred, we recently learned that our purpose doesn't meet the definition for a special purpose fund. So we're going to have to, in the end, before we approve this budget, move that $4 million back to road and bridge fund, transportation. So that $4 million will substitute this decrease that says $3.8 million. And the fund balances and everything will change based on what we're showing you right now. But in the end, it's a neutral impact. We'll add the cash to road and bridge fund. We'll add $4 million to the right-of-way budget. We'll look at some of the significant variations that are going on for fiscal year 12. We have an increase in what we're setting aside from our cash balances for capital. Almost all of our capital this year is located around two actual aspects. One is renovations of facilities or purchase of land, and IT-related activities, primarily those CUC operations that we participate in for joint programming needs. We talked about the right-of-way transfer. We're not anticipating that to reoccur. And ironically, that's exactly why the road and bridge transfer is down $3.6 million, because we did have that $4 million available that we snagged in 2011. Personnel, overall, there's 7 reductions in force. And we have a category of what we're calling authorized but not funded positions. And trust me, we've called that everything under the sun in the office, trying to make it make sense. In other words, we're not taking the actual head count away from the department, but we are literally removing the funding for the position for the year. And then at the end of the fiscal year, as we begin the 2013 process, which just sounds horrible, we will analyze whether that position can permanently go away or needs to be funded again.
In the reduction in force, 7 positions.
Yes, and that's in the general fund only. There are a few others in public health.
Are those positions that are filled?
These particular positions are all vacant.
They're vacant.
They are vacant.
Okay.
There's 30 new positions that are in the budget. Most of those, 26 I believe, are related to the opening of the new jail between the Sheriff's Department and facilities. 4 of those are a result of an expiring grant, a grant that we knew was going to go away after 2 years, and they helped us fund the law enforcement positions for the new felony court, 432nd District Court. So it's the 3 bailiffs and the investigator. We knew that'd go away. We knew we'd have to assume the responsibility. We've got $1.7 million out there, which represents a 5% increase to the county, to our own budgets, for projected health insurance costs. Other things, as I stick out a couple of election numbers here, obviously both of those are big, but I want to mention now that obviously elections is going to get up and say we're satisfied with our budget, but that's because we haven't touched it yet. We're working with elections because redistricting information is vital to what we're looking at for future elections. And of course, not only our own redistricting, but the state of Texas also. So within probably the next 2 to 3 weeks, hopefully we can come back with a more realistic look at their budget based on what we all know is happening at the time.
Well, I think the other thing within elections that we've got to keep in mind is the whole dynamic right now surrounding the primary elections and the municipal elections, and what we're going to have to do to help the cities. I attended the meeting last week. I did not hear any of the cities get up and say they were anxious about conducting their own elections. They certainly implied that they might be interested in helping us. In fact, they did imply that they would be interested, I think, in helping us to finance the cost of additional equipment if that was necessary. There were about 3 alternatives that we could look at, and I think it's on our agenda tomorrow, and it's something we will be talking about. But I think we're going to have to make some decisions I think we're going to have to make some decisions tomorrow as how to move forward, and then the impact of those decisions may cost us and may affect us budget to some extent. To what extent, I think, will be dependent upon what action we want to take.
Keep in mind as you talk about purchasing more equipment, elections will be fast to tell you that they have no place to store more equipment. And they've actually been talking about building more space out at their premier location, and that cost is well over $2 million.
Well, and I think the other thing to keep in mind is that our equipment is, where's Steve? I think it's getting close to being 10 years old. And we may be looking at having to replace some of that in the next 2 or 3 years anyway. And as a result of that, I'm not sure we want to buy, if we can avoid it, I'm not sure we want to buy more equipment now, only to be able to have to buy more and to replace that equipment 2 or 3 years down the line. Excuse me, David, go ahead.
No, that's okay. My head was spinning from the thought of
Now, let me
the
ask
cost of new equipment.
The new positions you talked about, you said 26 for the jail, 4 for the courts. I know that district clerk has looked at, I thought you'd authorized at least one new position.
And I didn't finish, yeah, you're right, I didn't follow through with the 30th.
25 for the jail.
25 for the jail?
I'm sorry, thank you.
Okay.
There's a decrease in professional services, that's primarily in IT. Increase in fuel, that's no surprise to anybody, but of course, just like anything else, I'm saying this all as the gas prices are dropping. Overall, in the Road and Bridge Fund, there's a decrease of almost $700,000 in road materials and $156,000 decrease in custodial services. That's all due to an operational change made by facilities. And I will take this quick moment to express to you how well the facilities department has responded to things regarding next year's budget. They're bringing on some new buildings, significantly expensive new buildings to operate. And because they have made some operational changes, we've been able to pretty much absorb the cost of that without noticing the overall impact. So,
Now, Debbie, on the custodial services, I thought I had heard a bigger number than that mentioned. Are we going to,
of course, you're adding buildings, so you're looking at a net.
okay, in the buildings, I know we're adding the jail. What else are we adding?
Well, there's a Northwest Sub Courthouse expansion is now open, and also the medical examiner's office.
And are we moving to, are we moving to 3 days a week cleaning versus 5, or are we moving to 2 days versus 5? Mr. Phillips, I know you're going to be coming up here before the end of the day, but
Late in the afternoon.
by then, we're going to be a lot harder.
What you get for getting a thank you.
Morning. Thank you. We'll not be cleaning on Tuesday evenings and Thursday evenings. We'll be cleaning just 3 days a week. We've already started that.
Here's the new positions, clearly stated, instead of me thinking about it. As you know, each year, we are building this budget based on projected ending cash balances.
Okay, let me stop you, because again, what we have said is that we were going to look at anything that where the state or the federal government stopped funding grants as to whether we would pick them up, and the thought would be that for the most part we might not. So I want you to talk a little bit more about that expired grant. I know that's in the court. I know you mentioned it a few minutes ago. But again, just that is a grant position. Do they normally start off those courts with Gord?
Actually, that was a federal grant. And what we did, whenever we had this new court came on, instead of funding necessary staff related to that court with general revenue, we worked to fund it with grant monies. We knew from the very beginning that we would have 2 years of funding. And internally, we always knew that once that ended, and we knew it was going to end, that we would have to pick it up in GR.
So these positions are matched in other courts. We were able, just by the timing of it, to be able to pay for 2 years with federal grant money. But if we had not had that grant money, we'd have been paying for this 2 years ago.
Correct.
Right.
Okay.
Creative finance, pretty much.
And basically, to answer your question, yes, every felony court comes with 3 bailiffs and an investigator. A misdemeanor court comes with 2 bailiffs and an investigator for 2 courts. Family and civil courts have 1 bailiff.
Okay.
As I was about to say, we carefully measure every year where our cash balances are going, because we do not want to use those to roll into day-to-day operations. So this year, this is how that $48 million is allocated, which between our reserves and capital needs.
And I'm going to, I guess, stop you again right there and just say, and looking at all of this, I'm hopeful that as the day goes forward, or as at least the next couple of weeks go forward, that we take the current capital as well as the non-debt capital, prioritize that, and determine how much of our cash carry forward we utilize or we dip into to fund our capital. Current capital, non-debt capital, whatever. And so I know we've got the $20 million in requests, but I hope that we won't dip too deep into our cash carry forward in order to do that capital, which may mean we prioritize and put off until we have the money to do it.
And there's a capital listing in the back of your books, just so you'll know that that is at your fingertips. Employee compensation. Now, I apologize for calling merit, because right now, for calling a 3% that's in the budget for employee compensation merit, because that's just the term we're all familiar with. But there is 3% that's currently in the budget, it's carried in non-departmental, that is intended for employee compensation. Now, How that's going to be distributed yet has not been determined, or a recommendation's not been formulated and given to the court yet. And of course, HR, the administrators, and us are welcome to any advice and feedback that you might have for that. It is 3% for all eligible employees. It does not include step increases for law enforcement. There were no reclassifications included either. I'll talk about career paths in a second. So it hasn't been determined if it's going to be in addition to their base pay, if it's going to be another lump sum. Those recommendations are being formulated.
David, would you go ahead and clarify that second bullet, though, because while there's no step increases for law enforcement.
Law enforcement is included. A 3% is included for all law enforcement in the pool.
It would just mean that we would continue to freeze the
Steps.
And then the evaluation stuff to be done, you still have to, as we did last year with the lump sum, you have to get a 3 or better in order to be able to get 295.
295.
To get that.
How much is that 3%?
It's a little over $6 million
A little, like 6.2 million?
between road and bridge and general fund. Is it on the next slide? Well, isn't that convenient? No, it's not.
On your comparison.
Oh, yeah. I'm not going to back up that much.
$6.36.
Yeah, for the general fund and the road and bridge fund.
6.36?
Correct.
And you are thinking a permanent increase? This will become a recurring?
I don't think she's thinking, I think she's saying that she's got 6% in there. We decide how we're going to.
Yes, sir, but what's
It
the
is-
recommendation?
The 6.3 is coming from current operating funds, which means if that's what you decide, it can be. It is, last year's was definitely an allocation from cash balances.
Going forward, I would like to have a little bit more discussion about this.
Correct. And
I think we
you,
can do that in a few minutes. I guess I want to stop for just a second. You said it came out of cash balances, but our auditor was just up here and told us that our cash balances did not go down, and nor is he projecting them to have gone down by 6.3. In fact, he's saying it only went down by about $1 million.
Budget to budget.
budget to budget, yeah.
Okay.
But it actually took $3 million out of the cash balance to actually balance the budget of 2011, correct?
Correct. And that was $6 million.
That's right. That's what I
$6
thought.
million. And, you know, we talk about this all the time, and there's going to be a lot more discussions about cash and what our level of reserves need to be, but those need to all occur probably around December when we actually finally close out the books for 2011. But our cash balances are made up of 3 components. Whatever the cash estimate was off from the year before, this year's was off, underspending of budgets and over-collections of revenues. Career path increases. We've not included any specific dollars for career path increases in the budget. Now, there's only 2 areas where career paths occur, and career paths can only occur in non-civil service departments, operations. Career paths happen in the district attorney's office among their attorneys who are non-civil service, and the court coordinators in all of our courts. Those have been frozen. The last time those were recognized in 2009. Now, the problem that's occurring, especially in the district attorney's office, it doesn't apply to the courts, is that the felony side of their world, the criminal side of their world versus everybody else is non-career path. So they have a normal progression of grades that their people are promoted into. Those promotions are occurring, while these people over here who are gaining that knowledge and seniority, which is what the career path is intended to do, keep them in a place where their expertise builds and benefits us in the long run. These people are not moving. So it's created an inequity between those groups within one operation. Now, of course, the flip side of that is you've got to always be careful what you ask for, too, because in the old days, prior to career paths, they had a range of grades. throughout their other operations. And those other operations, and Ray fill in the blank because I'm going to miss a lot, are civil, intake, help me, Ray.
Appeals?
Appeals, thank you. Child protective is part of civil. Juvenile, yeah.
Economic crime, JP, specialized areas.
Right. Sure, we do have a recommendation, and it was in the cover letter. District Attorney's Office is a very large operation. Our suggestion would be if we allow career paths to go forward, that instead of us specifically funding and putting extra money in their budget, if they make those awards, which I think they will do diligently and take true performance into consideration, that they fund those out of their own salary budget. So that means they're going to have to manage turnover and promotions overall in their department throughout the year.
So you would, okay, let me restate that and see if that's right. You would give them 3%, and then basically they would take that and manage it?
No. The career paths, we're only talking about the career paths. The 3%, these are kind of unrelated statements here. The 3% pool that's for all employees in career paths, disconnect. The DA's office has their salary budget, very nice, large salary budget, and that they manage that budget on an annual basis, and when they see that they have room to give career path adjustments, that they be allowed to do so.
So basically what we're saying that the career paths would be funded out of salary savings within the budget, which is in the DA's budget.
And they will have turnover.
Okay.
It's managed.
They will. Now,
I just see that being a bunch of exceptions because they're going to do that one year, and then the next year they're not going to be able to do it because some people don't leave or whatever, and it's going to be I'm going to need a little bit more discussion or a little bit more understanding on that.
What about the structure adjustment to match up with the market rate and so forth?
we have not done a salary survey since 2009 because we've had limited funds to go forward with any pay increases, so our structures will not change unless we did. And the only situation it will change is if the final determination is a permanent pay increase, then we'll have to change the law enforcement structure in order for us to make that a permanent base salary move. But no one else's structures will change. So they've remained as they were in 2009.
We'll have to discuss that one too a little
Yeah,
bit more.
we may need to talk about that a little bit because there are some professionals that are topped out, and if we do a 3% increase and it's going to be
Added to the base.
then we might want to lift that cap.
But that would be a matter of just bumping the top. It doesn't necessarily have to adjust the bottom. And again, I think the reason we haven't done the structure review is, as Debbie mentioned, first off, we didn't have any money to do anything with, so there was no use in paying someone to tell us something that we weren't going to be able to do anything about. And then secondly, just with the economy in general, I wouldn't have thought there would have been a whole lot of increase in those structure.
Now,
From that perspective.
hearing what you just said, I'll put on my HR cap, which, by the way, I don't wear very well. But while I think we probably will be okay by adjusting those maximums, 1 year is not something that we want to do frequently because it creates compression and disparity between the various grades as people are promoted.
If we don't adjust the bottom too.
If we adjust the bottom, then that brings in a whole round full of other problems that cost money. And that is, we have a hiring guideline of 10% and whenever over minimum. And whenever we change our minimum, we go, okay, all you people who are recently hired, you get more money to get you up to the hiring guideline so they can bring the next qualified person on at that amount.
But if we've given everybody about a 3%, and then that should at the same time adjust those folks that were at the minimum by 3%.
It should neutralize it.
Okay.
Should being said, they'll always end up with a handful of problems in the end.
Yeah.
And that's why we're not ready to make as the asterisk shows on the slide, we're not ready to make a recommendation yet. This is something that HR will be coming forward with.
Having made the comments regarding the DA's office, the other group of people are the court coordinators. Now, the court coordinators and their career paths are treated far different than the DA's office. They get a raise in between their grade changes, period. The court coordinators have to be under the higher end of the grade that they're going to be eligible for a pay increase. So if they've been in, and primarily their grade changes or their career path benchmarks are 5 years. They come in at 5 years at a grade 70, 5 years at a grade 71, then they go to a grade 72, and that's where it ends. There are a handful of coordinators who are due career paths. I mentioned in the cover letter that there were 8, but we now, looking at them closely, think there's more. And I'm not prepared to give you a dollar amount impact or how many there are today. But these are little small departments with only three employees in their budget, so they do have no turnover and they have no flexibility to manage that potential pay increase if they're under that higher end on their own. So we would have to specifically fund those. Basically, this slide is going to tell you tax rate's not changing. It's going to stay at 264. And we've just given you some examples there, some information on what a penny's worth of tax rate is worth, what a percentage is worth. So it kind of gets us bottom line, where are we? The proposed budget for 2012 would support appropriations of right now of $463,474,776. And ironically, because we're required to have a balanced budget, that's what our revenues are when you include cash carry forward. The total capital requests out there were $21 million. You can see there's not a lot of adjustments because those, and the proposed is 20.6 because of the fact that they're in small isolated categories.
How much of this capital is, I guess none of it would be equipment for the new jail? Because
No.
that's in the construction.
That's in the
budget.
construction, that's correct. That's correct. Other important dates, if they're not on your calendar, we will set the tax rate and approve the budget and approve compensation and expenses and allowances for certain officials on September 13th. And needless to say, we're going to have to make recommendations, and the court's going to have to make decisions soon on the final outcome of how we're going to proceed with these pay increases, because that's what we have to advertise for these certain officials. And there's some deadlines required there of 10 days prior to the adoption of the budget. So we don't have long. Hey, and look, we're back to where we started. Any questions?
Thank you, Debbie. Now, is it, from this point, where you're...
We're going to start moving forward, going through the various departments.
Well, I guess before we do that, I would like for us to talk a little bit about at least from a standpoint of the salary adjustment that we talked about, the 3%. And I don't know that we want to get into an actual, maybe we do, at least have some sense as to where the court comes or is going to come down in relations to that 3%. 3%, you're telling us, is somewhere in the neighborhood of 6.3.
6.3 million. That's general fund and road and bridge.
Correct. Does that include public health?
No.
No. I mean,
And I understand that public health is...
well, let me say this. You have on one of your tabs there, public health's budget.
That's right.
Now, for those people that are in TO4, it does include the 3%, and that budget is balanced. Now, the issue becomes the grants that we subsidize. The largest dollar amount of cost for public health from a grant standpoint that we do not subsidize is WIC. Now, there are the other grants, a couple of them we do subsidize currently, so this has a potential ripple effect. That is not taken into consideration.
So with regards to what you've presented to us thus far, it's got the 3% in there. You're taking that 3%, representing about 3.6. So the question that we have is, one, is it merit? I'm 6.3, excuse me. Is it merit? Is it a lump sum? Is it 3% that adds to the base effective at some point in time? Or is it lump sum in December with the assurance that if everything were to go into the toilet, if we stay out of the toilet and everything is moving along and continuing to improve and we can continue to do it out of operating, we add the 3% or whatever they got this year to their base beginning October 1 of 2012. And then we do for 2013's budget whatever we do for 2013's budget. So the reason I throw that last one out is that I do believe that a lot of folks enjoyed getting that little lump sum right before Christmas, but I also believe that we're in good enough shape that I think we could afford to add it to the base. If we add it to the base and we say we have to do it, if we don't do it as of September 30th or October the 1st, and we do it in January, in the past when we've done it in January, because we do that short year, we increase everybody and it ends up being a 4-point-something raise versus a 3%. So
I'm kind of leaning towards your last option of the 3% lump sum, which we reserve the option of adding to the base October 1 of next year.
I'm leaning toward a 3% pay increase this year, added to the base, not lump sum.
would you want to make, when would you want to make that effective? I mean,
October 1.
so if we couldn't get all the reviews and stuff done and everything taken care of by then whenever they did complete it,
Be retroactive to October 1.
how much of a, is that going to create a real nightmare in the auditor or in the pay?
I don't think so. I think that we can backdate the
Is he
effective
talking
date
about
of
adding
those.
it to the base or what?
Yes. Didn't we do it a couple of years, 4 years ago, when we made it effective January 1st? No, we normally make it effective January 1st, but what happens is when we do it at January 1st, what we say is we're going to take 3%, but since you've already missed 3 months, it's going to really be 4%. It's going to be 4% or more, and then that ends up increasing the base even more, which creates a little bit more of a problem going forward.
I want to share my thoughts a little bit. I have been thinking about this for the past 60 days or so, when the judge brought up the idea with Commissioner Johnson about giving a pay raise. And there is no doubt in my mind that Tarrant County employees deserve a pay raise. Looking back 5 years ago in 2006, we received a 3%. 2007, we received a 3.5%. 2008, we received another 3%. 2010, there wasn't anything. 2011, we received a one-time lump sum payment.
2009, we didn't receive, I don't believe anything.
2009, based on my record here, so we got 3%.
No, we did get through, yeah.
Was it 3% in 2009, so it was,
Nothing in 10. 10 was the year with nothing.
okay.
So from a standpoint of taking care of the employees, I think Tarrant County has been quite generous comparing to the private industry, which I just came from. Looking at the future, looking at the growth that we have, in 2008, we increased a little bit to 2009. From 2009, we dropped off, and then 2011, we gained like a 1%. That's a hairline increase. So with the uncertainty in the future, with the downgrade in the federal bond rating, which we all know about. The outcome of the presidential election is still quite blurry, with the outcome of the governor and the lieutenant governor election, with the construction dropped off greatly, as GK just mentioned, and the expansion of $1.8 million in our local economy really come from government spending. So if you look at that, I worry that we had $6.2 million increase recurring to the bottom line, to the overhead. If next year, if we have a downturn, then we might have to go back and take back what we gave away. And it is always easy to give a pay raise, but it's very hard due to the reduction in force. So my cautious side of me tell me that somehow we need to find a compromise position to take care of the performance of our employees without gambling with what might happen in 2012. I feel very strongly about that. Besides, we have many other needs within Tarrant County. Is this the best use of our money, too? I raised that question. I'm not leaning one way or the other. We have been talking about truancy problems. Fort Worth ISD, Arlington ISD, Mansfield ISD have come to us with tremendous challenges in keeping our kids in school. How do we deal with that problem? And it is estimated that it will cost about $1 million per year to run one truancy court. How do we deal with that? And then the effect of the new election law, and then we had some of the unfunded mandates from the states, and then the Northeast Courthouse. I've been through the Northeast Courthouse, and it's quite limited. And I think the people, the residents of Northeast Tarrant County deserves a nice facility where they can come and do business with us. And and then we have community service programs. I mean, unemployment rate is still hovering about 9-point-something%. A lot of needs out there. Can we allocate some money to help out those who are in need right now? So those are the needs that we have out there. I think we need to have a more in-depth conversations and about this.
I think the compromise position is the one that I suggested, that we give the 3% lump sum payment right before Christmas and reserve the option if conditions improve to add it to the base or not at the beginning of the next fiscal year.
I think that's what we said we were going to do last year.
I don't think we said we were going to add it to the base at any
We're
point.
going to look at adding it to the base. Yes, we did.
Based on what condition?
Well, where the economy improved.
If the economy improved.
That's economy improved. That's such a generic.
But I guess we're running on an operating budget that says we've got more money coming in than we're spending, given a 3% increase on an operating basis. And I think that a lot of the reasons why we're there is because our employees are working very hard. They are doing a very good job. And I think they really watch their expenses. All of our department heads, all of our elected officials, I think spend a great deal of time and effort every year in making sure that we don't spend. And we had we saw a little increase in our revenue this year. Our taxable values went up. And so I think that that's why, I see us hopefully coming out of this thing and not going back into it. But that's why I do like the lump sum in December, and with with probably, in my mind, a 99% assurance that it would be added to the base October 1, and then when we do next year's budget, we may make additional changes to that. But I do think when the economy was down, when we saw our property values going down, when we had those concerns, we acted and we didn't give any increases. But we've come out of it, and we see several cities in this area giving increases. Employers are giving increases. I just feel like it's something for us to look at, and we are moving, I think, in a positive direction, and I think we ought to reward our employees for doing that.
I don't have a real problem with what Roy was talking about. I think that we have to take care of the employees. I think that's important. We have some extremely dedicated, a dedicated group of people who work at the county. And not that other public servants and with other municipalities and counties aren't working as hard, but it's been a tough number of years, and I think that with our values increasing a little bit, that I think it's a merited increase, and I would support it.
One of the other things you did mention, the Truancy Court, and I think, that along with, just like we're looking at with our elections deals, we may have to fund some extra in that particular area, but that should be with the help of the school district.
That's right.
That's right.
And so, if a truancy court costs $1 million, but it makes school districts a couple of million because of the fact that their attendance goes up, and they get paid on an attendance basis, then really most, if not all, of that cost should be borne by them and not by us.
And that's the discussion I've had with the school districts with whom I've had discussions, which includes Fort Worth, that they would have to shoulder the majority of those costs. And in terms of the Northeast Sub-Courthouse, certainly it needs major expansion or blow it up and start over. But that's not a general fund item. That's something we would do out of capital.
And I will say along that lines, as well as along the lines, we had talked about this building's renovations going away. But Ron Wright mentioned and sent us all an email not too long ago that talked about the fact that we may, after the next session of the legislature, be dealing with driver's license renewals in all of our sub-courthouses as well as in this building down here. That's liable. We're going to have to look at what that's going to mean to all of our facilities from that standpoint. As we get into capital, again, as I think I mentioned earlier, I hope that we will take all of our capital, set some priorities for that, and then after we get past the end of this year and we see what our cash balances are, then at that point in time begin to tick off, based upon our priorities, where those dollars could be spent and how they could be spent. And then as we see, one, our elected officials and department heads continuing to watch their budgets, again, this year we're ending up with about, at least as I calculate it, we're ending up with about $3 or $4 million more in the cash carry forward than what we earlier anticipated. If we gave, from that perspective, not $3 or $4 million less. And so, I think we get to November or December and we see what our actual cash carry forwards are. We'll also, at that point in time, we're in the brand new year or we're in a health plan year where we've got a new administrator. It wasn't looking good at the beginning of the year. It's looking a whole lot better right now. We'll have a better handle on that come November or December, and that's when, if we'll go ahead and look at setting the priorities on the capital, looking at that, then I think we can control what our cash balances are to some extent by our capital. Debbie, if we look at our actual expenditures, and I know that in your $463 million worth of proposed appropriations, you've got, in your own mind, you know we've got some reserves set aside, but of the actual dollars that we spend, that we give out in the form of budgets, operating budgets to our departments, they normally spend about 98%.
It ranges depending on the size of the department. Smaller ones are going to get closer to 100.
Overall county budget.
Overall, probably about 97%.
So that 2% or 3% on a 400 and I'll say $420 million or $400 million budget. That 3% is $12 million. I think, yeah. And so that's some leeway. We know, again, because everybody out here really goes about trying to spend the least amount and not just what they've been given as a budget. And so I think we've got some leeway to go forward in this deal. But I would like to, kind of start out by saying to the folks that, we're setting aside 6.3 and for our employees as we go forward. And then if we want to discuss more about how we're going to give that, we can do that at a different point. But certainly, as a court, make a decision or make a forecast on that.
We are certainly all making sacrifices to make this thing work, have for several years. For instance, this will be the second year, I believe, when none of our precincts have asked for capital to replace equipment. And that's not a situation that we can sustain over a long period of time. We're setting up.
You got one piece in there.
You got one piece?
I do.
But still, that represents a substantial change in the way we do business. We generally keep our equipment on a rotation schedule, a maintenance schedule of replacement to keep down repairs and make sure that we can continue to move forward. We can't continue year after year to not replace equipment. So we recognize that we're setting up a situation that we're going to have to deal with in the future.
Well, I would agree that we need to reward Canton County employees with some sort of a performance payment like we did last year. I think we need to make it a one-time payment until next year when we know that we have another increase, then we know the trend is in a positive direction, then I would support making it a permanent then. Now again, this is just a cautious side of me, and I have been operating quite cautiously when it comes to financial management, and it has been working well for me, so that's just my gut feeling.
Commissioner, I do appreciate that. I think we're all very conservative in the way we do that, and I think we're, to that end, I'll make a motion that we set aside as is already illustrated in the budget, that we confirm the fact that we're looking at about $6.3 million set aside for a 3% increase in salaries. And I know I'm not saying that exactly right.
3% lump sum payment right before Christmas that we will look at adding to the structure at the beginning of the 13th fiscal year. Is that what you had in mind?
Yes.
Second.
Any discussion? Please vote. Gary. Commissioner Mr. Fickens, you sure are busy over there.
Man, I'm riding.
Motion passes unanimously.
He's planning out his northeast courthouse.
I'm riding.
Before we get started on the departments, just a quick note, our Granicus feed has gone live now, and we're streaming live.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are we ready?
A break?
Yeah, we're going to take a little break before we start.
any concrete.
Oh, really?
Whatever. There's an annual contract for
With the exception, basically all the bigger cities, Mansfield and all, I wish we wanted to do
Marty.
Hey, your man out there in court, every time I walk by, they're going through.
It would be taken wrong.
I know, we heard the grapevine, he's starting to become a business.
That's the very first
We're starting
number
to
of
get a business.
Well, I'm just.
It's a retail, we don't pay a lot.
We
actually,
We're looking at that.
There's a better
He's busy all day.
He's not overworked.
No, and then the rest of and the cross, I don't know why.
When we were over in the old
Go
building,
back. I can look at
that I could work.
That's how we
I'm not there.
He's told us that he's starting to pick up, so, we've got plenty of room. Right now, we're looking at
leverages the local tax. It would be proposed budget because they make that.
So far, it's looking good.
Okay.
Finance, okay?
Okay. Members of the court, we're now going to be going through the individual budgets. The first one will be the Sheriff's Department. Ms. Snyder.
Oh, here's the sheriff.
You want to go first? Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, Sheriff.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Thank you, sir. I always enjoy leading off the presentation. We'll take just a few minutes. First of all, let me say that we've already talked about the opening of the new jail. We are watching with eager anticipation as the building gets done over there.
It's looking good.
Looking very good. Actually under budget and faster than scheduled, so that's a great sign for us. Let me say we're grateful for the positions that we know we've had to squeeze out of this budget, but let me assure you that the day that jail opens and we can occupy it with those prisoners, this county will be a safer place for all of us. Our jail staff in particular that work with those inmates on a daily basis in less than ideal surroundings will have a much better workplace. So let me first of all say thank you for that. Thank you for the budget office for working with us as always, Debbie and your group. We've looked at public safety, and we understand the squeeze that the county stays under as far as budget. But I just want to share, since I don't get to do this but once a year, some issues and some kind of the state of the public safety in the county that we have. As you know, we've had minimal or no growth as far as a lot of areas, and our patrol division gets busier. We haven't had a lot of expansion there. Our warrant unit gets busier. We haven't gotten any new positions there in recent years. And so, the end result is more warrants being issued, less people per capita being locked up as far as warrants issued. Our patrol guys are busier, covering as much ground as they ever have with a busier call load, and it's very scary when you look at the distance that those guys cover and the amount of backup they have available to them. So I know that these are not years to look at expansion, but I just want you to know that the group is operating under some strain out there. But nothing comes close, or nothing is even near the strain and the boiling point we're at with the judicial situation in the courthouses. And we've come in every year with requests for more personnel in judicial, and we've been successful in getting some help. In the last 5 years, we've requested 45 additional personnel. Out of those 45 we requested, we've gotten 15. And I just kind of want to share with you kind of where we are on that. We have now 148 full-time deputies assigned to the judicial division. Every day we have to fill 131 posts with 148 people. And we also have 13 part-time positions assigned to us that can work 20 hours each week. Just to give you an idea, I asked today how we did. With 131 posts to fill and 148 people, we had 25 people call in. So you see the 8-ball, we're already behind before the day even starts. We have 25 people off work today. We ended up having to call out to labor detail and getting one of the deputies to come downtown just to meet minimal staffing. We average about 15 to 25 off on every day. And you're looking at trying to get people trained. You're looking at trying to grant vacation time. You're looking at FML, sick, military, all the things that we have. And the numbers are just not there to make it work. This creates a tremendously stressful working environment for our people over there. They're under constant pressure from the judges. And this is such a catch-22 for us because those judges are working as hard as they can to keep people out of our jails. And every person that sits in our jail costs us money. Yet we don't have the staff to support what they want to do. When they want to run 2 courtrooms, they want to have a voir dire going in one courtroom on a big trial coming up, and they want to run the regular courtroom. They can have a visiting judge come in. They have funding for that, but we don't have any funding to supply extra bailiffs, and it's very, very difficult. I mean, we are literally every day just scrambling to move people. The judges are very, very frustrated at this point. And, you know, it is just the numbers are just not working. Last year, we did 10 capital murder cases in Tarrant County. And I can't tell you what a strain a capital murder case is on our people over there. Every capital murder case has somewhere in the neighborhood of 25 hearings before you ever have a trial. So 250 times last year, we brought some of the worst people that have absolutely nothing to lose, that are probably headed for a death penalty, out into the courthouse, had to guard them, and we have to bring in a ton of extra people to do that, to keep things safe. And what that does then is removes people from where we need them elsewhere. It puts everyone else in jeopardy. We had 3 people attempt to escape from the courthouse last year. Our prohibited weapons at the doors are up. We answered 4,600 calls for service in the courthouses last year. 4,600 calls were cut in the courthouses last year. Our supervisor, we got an extra sergeant last year.
What's the nature of some of those 4,600 calls?
Everything you can imagine, Commissioner, from medical calls, people falling out, to calls cut because of door arrest, to warrant arrest, to judges holding people in contempt and ordering a person arrest. Every one of those generates a call in our system. So you can see there are hundreds every day when you add them up. Our supervisor to deputy ratio still is about 1 to 30 in there, which is just a horrific number for anybody to try to manage. We are burning through supervisors over there at an incredible rate. We just are trying to rotate and keep people. It's just a job that no one wants to keep for very long. Last year we had over 1,600 requests for extra security, 1,600 that we had to try to fill. And, you know, it's a situation where when we go there, if you've got a single duty post, the person can't even go to the bathroom. We don't even have any relief for someone to go to the bathroom or someone to go to lunch. So, you know, we've gotten into just a increasingly unsafe environment. I mean, it is a powder keg, and all it needs is a spark for something bad to happen. We look at the national trends. You're seeing more violence in courthouses around the country. I know y'all watch the news, and judges being attacked on the benches. It is a situation that's not going to go away, and I know the budget situation we're in. And I'm not here to pound on the podium and demand anything. I'm just here to say we are in a desperate, desperate situation. The 2 words that no one wants to hear are where we may end up on this. And if you think things are ugly now, we may have to end up going to a bailiff pool. We may have to end up pulling every bailiff away from every judge in this county and putting them in a pool, and then in the morning looking and seeing who needs bailiffs. And if you think the judges are after me now, just wait.
Sheriff, the 170, I'm showing 172, I guess, on your courts and security. Are the difference between the 172 and the 148 the folks you've got in security?
Security and labor detail.
And labor detail.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then does that 148 include the judges' bailiffs?
No,
No.
How many judges' bailiffs do we have?
you had to ask.
Let's see. Right now,
What you're going to do, if you do that, is push all the judges down to Austin and have their own bailiffs, and you won't have-
And we just got 9 more of those added. And let me take, since you brought it up, Judge, let me take just a minute and talk to you about judges' bailiffs, what that does to us. Because every judge that has a bailiff doesn't do what we do when their bailiff wants to take off. If the bailiff wants to take off, the judge says, fine, go take off. And then what happens then? We get a letter from the judge. It says, supply me with a bailiff. They don't look at when we're staffed good, like we do, when we can let people off. If their bailiff wants to take off at our busiest time, they normally just let the bailiff off. And that creates another hole that we're trying to fill every day. What I've told our people, and it's put me crossways, is that's our last priority. If a judge lets a bailiff off on his own and we don't have a person to fill it, that's the judge's issue. And it's not how I like to do business with anybody. But we are down to, I cannot tell you. And the last thing I'll say about it, Judge Whitley, is every month when I sit here and I listen to employee recognition, and we still hear employees talk about, when you ask them about a memory, how many of them talk about that shooting at the courthouse. And I don't want 10, 15 years from now for that to be another memory to us to have something else bad happen. And it's just a situation where we are truly to the breaking point. And I know, how tight money is, and I know that, we sat down and looked, both Judge Whitley and I and Mr. Manius and I, a couple of years ago, at what it would cost to get us up to strength, and it's an astronomical amount. But my point is, every year when we do nothing, we just fall further and further and further behind, and there's no catching up.
What, Sheriff, is your most fiscally conservative remedy that we might apply here?
What I would suggest, Commissioner, fiscally conservatively, and I know the difficulty in finding permanent revenue stream versus temporary revenue stream. It's just hard as an elected official who, as y'all have said, and we work so hard, to squeeze every dollar out of it. It's hard to see just those millions of dollars of capital things going by every year. And I know those can't fund salaries, so I'm not in y'all's world. But it's just somehow we've got to allocate funding where a stair-step approach of we're going to add X number every year, because there's no catching up otherwise. And every year, when we last looked, we were 14 short. And, it's probably going to fall further. And what did we decide, GK? That was $1 million for 14 full-time positions. It was some astronomical sum that we looked at. And, I'm not naive, and I don't think we're going to get them all in one fell swoop, but I think, if we don't adopt a plan to say we've got to remedy this, that, we're just going to get further and further in the hole. And
what I'm asking you for is what a plan would look like. Something that would give you relief and we might be able to afford.
Yeah.
What number? 4?
Yeah.
3? 2?
Yeah. I think we should start with 4 a year for sure and dedicate every year to that.
Well, but we don't keep adding courts, and that's we may be some number short, but we're not adding, we didn't add a court the last legislative session. I know we did the one before that, but at some point in here, that's where I guess I've just got the question is I'm not sure what the right number is, but with all the courts.
Well, obviously we're a long way from the right number. You do the very basic math. 148 in the 131 positions.
How many courts do we have? Total courts that require bailiffs, and how many? I know some of them require 3, some of them require 2. We've got grand jury bailiffs.
30. But don't think they're all just bailiffs. Remember that every building, we're spread all over the county. We have 9 buildings that we have.
Well, that's the security people. I thought we were talking about bailiffs.
Well, this is all total. This is everyone.
So it's security and bailiffs.
Correct. Right. and a lot of those are doorposts, and a lot of those are in other buildings. And
How many people do you work at each doorpost?
we try to work three.
All uniformed with weapons?
Correct.
Are those three needed, or could some civilian personnel work a couple of those and one with a weapon with them?
Well, we don't have any civilian personnel assigned to that.
I know you don't, but is it possible that we could?
Sure. I mean, we could filter some of those people, and here's the problem that you run into with that. You have to have somebody at the door at all times that has the authority and the power to make an arrest. Okay? And so that's one of the reasons we work three, is because you don't ever want one, you don't ever want a person there by themselves. And so what you end up with is that if you're doing relief, obviously. If you've got three, then you have somebody, when one of them goes to lunch, there's still two. When they go to the bathroom, there's still two. Situation like that.
When you have these three at the door, how many door stations do you have working under sergeants or whoever their immediate supervisors are?
How many door stations?
Locations?
I don't know, JD. I'd have to add that up, because like I said, we got 9 separate buildings. Some of them have multiple locations, like the Justice Center, and I mean we have multiple doors. So I'd have to look and see what our total station number is, because I mean we have them at Miller Street, Juvenile. I mean they're all over the place that we're guarding doors. So I'd have to get you the actual count. But it's just something we are in desperate shape over, and I don't want to, not trying to be overly dramatic, but I'm just telling you, if you're there and you see it and what those people are under, it's a tough situation, and I just don't want something bad.
Nor do we.
I know.
And my questions isn't trying to run your jail or security for you. It's only looking at the possibility, could we use people with less salaries, maybe less benefits and things? Question.
Yeah, Commissioner, and the answer to that is I'm willing to look at anything. I'm willing to look at anything that we think as a group will help. And if that's, that would be creating a new position. We don't have that right now. That would be creating a new job classification, but I'm completely willing to look at any alternative that helps.
I was talking with commissioners in Dallas, as well as I know Harris County is also right now going through. You can just kind of let's bring somebody in. Let's just look at everything and just step back and take a look-see at where we've been. I don't know that we've done that since I've been on the court, at least.
We did it way back there. I can't remember when, and I don't remember if you were here when we did it or not, but it's been probably at least 15 or 20 years ago.
I know that Carl Griffin, who's the former sheriff and county judge out of Jefferson County, Beaumont area, in fact, I think they're actually doing, I've seen him, I worked a lot with him on Conference of Urban Counties. He's doing that. In fact, he did Dallas, and I think he's doing Harris County right now. So maybe that's, maybe one of the things we ought to do is just take an overall look at the deal and just see, kind of get an idea of where, we may be short and look at that possibility.
Again, anything that works. My only caveat to that is experience with consultants is, consultants are there to, they don't always deal in the real world on the ground here with what we deal with.
And I understand that, but again, Carl has been, and the folks he used, I think, have been in, sheriff. He's been a sheriff. He's been the county judge. And he's worked in Dallas and in Harris County, and both of them have, I think at least been somewhat pleased, and I'll do some additional follow-up on that as a possibility. But that may be one way to just kind of look at the overall deal and get an overall idea instead of just piecemealing.
At the risk of painting a target on my chest, if we're going to look at this thing, we need to look at every option, including a bailiff pool.
Well, and I think, I think the judges they're going to have to be a part of that discussion, because they've obviously got some of those judges have bailiffs set out by law, and
their courts
are, it's through legislation, and so.
No, we're talking about two different things now, Glenn. Though I mean, understand that the judges' bailiffs themselves are work for the judges. I mean, we carry their commission, but I mean, it's almost a separate entity. We don't have any authority over those people.
And I understand that, but I'm just saying that if we're going to really look at it on an efficiency-type basis, we need to be looking at all the bailiffs and not just a set of bailiffs that's in one area without taking into account what bailiffs, the bailiffs that we got over in the judicial area.
Well, all I'm warning you about is the judges don't have much.
He started it, so I'll put the target.
They don't have much willingness to discuss the flexibility of their bailiff staffs, let me tell you that.
How many judges, bailiffs do we have?
I mean, I've got a list up, and this is from.
He's holding up 10, but is that all? Don't we have grand jury bailiffs?
We did away with those.
Let me pop over and look at it, but I did find this list from you guys from last year, from May 2010, of your post. Now, this does say 129. You mentioned there was 131, so I don't know if, we've gained 2 somehow.
Yeah, we've added something.
132nd's on here already.
Yeah, because I had them double check and triple check, and they came up with 131, so I don't know where the 2 extra
But
came in.
this file is here, gives you some idea where the security posts are. Now I'll have to go somewhere else and look at court bailiffs, and I don't track that as well as I should, so give me just a second. I'm gonna pop off. Let me go away. Sorry.
Before you pop that off,
Okay.
this Miller Street security, that's at the CSCD facility there. Is that something that could be handled by the Precinct 8 constables? If we added positions to them to free up
But
people on the sheriff's staff?
You're talking about the same impact one way or the other. They're both grade 53s, and if you're going to be adding, you're going to be adding.
Explain to me a little bit about that, Roy. Is that CSCD out there?
That's the CSCD. I guess it's a big regional facility.
That's all that happens there now?
Yeah,
CSCD.
that's all that's in that building is CSCD.
All that's ever been there, in that
Right.
separate building.
Now, we don't have one of those at the place in Bedford, do we?
I'm guessing the answer is no.
We've got one at Miller, we've got one at the Anderson Building on Alta Mesa. I don't know how security there is handled.
In that situation, it's handled by the constable. Where the constable's office is in that location. It's not providing security with X-ray and on a regular basis. When there's something needed, then the constable will respond.
But at Miller, there is an X-ray machine, and
Yeah,
it's
and a
a
walk-through metal
full
detector.
security operation.
Full security station there.
It's a very unique CSCD operation that you're used to.
Yeah, I know, they've got the high,
Intense supervision.
We run a high number of
tough-
arrests out of Miller Street.
Yeah.
We arrest a lot of people down there.
the sex offender unit is over there, and a lot of the other high.
That may be why it's not out at the Bedford location.
We make a lot of arrests out of there every week.
Because you put those kinds of things in precinct 1.
Well, see, the building I'm referring to is not a part of the sub courthouse. It's out. It's back down where the JPS clinic is. It's on the back end of that building.
Well, ours is in the annex building from the constable's office, but they still work security there.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm willing to work with you any way possible, but I just, want to let you know that we're needing help.
Now, just an FYI on the comment about the judges' bailiffs, and I will get that information to you. The law does go into effect September 1st. It gives the misdemeanor courts the ability to hire their own court bailiff. So far, I've heard from one. Now, that doesn't mean there aren't other thoughts going on out there, but I've only heard from one court.
Possibility of 9 more adding. One of them already had one. Sure he had
How
one.
many bailiffs? Now, is the law one bailiff per court?
Correct. One of the two.
One or two.
Which will further impact us if that happens. Any questions of me?
On the new jail, again, I know we're talking about a much more efficient jail. Our jail pop has stayed about the same. Is there any way that we could, I'll be honest with you, I wasn't anticipating that we're going to be adding jail, a more efficient jail, and adding a whole lot more people. Is there any way that we could look at closing Cold Spring and moving the Cold Spring folks up to Green Bay?
Totally
I know they're
opposite ends of the
different people,
spectrum. No,
but you're taking people that are maximum security and you're moving them out of wherever they are. Why can't, have we looked at the possibility of closing down one of the older jails?
well, the thing about Cold Springs is the uniqueness of its design, and the minimum security aspect of it is the way that it's run and the way that people report in and out of there. I mean, the majority of those people go off and work during the day and come back in the evening, and so the remote location of it and the way it's set up make it ideal for that. I mean, we could look at moving those people downtown, but, it would be, none of the jails downtown are designed to hold that kind of person.
What about Green Bay?
Green Bay, would be more applicable to that, but we've got Green Bay pretty full now with medium security people. It's something we can look at, but we certainly, the only people that we're hiring for the new jail are to actually staff the building. We're not asking for one new jailer.
How many people do you normally house at Cold Spring?
Help me, Bob.
How many I couldn't hear?
What'd you say? 384 was the last count we had out there, 384 during the week.
384, and how many maximum security prisoners do you plan to move to the new jail?
We've got 444 cells over there.
So those 444 single cells, so they're going to all open up.
And we won't fill them all immediately, obviously. It'll be a slow process as we.
But 384 people from.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the jail report I got this morning on our prisoner population distribution shows 170 at Cold Spring.
That's because the weekenders are out.
Probably weekenders count.
384 on the weekends and during the week.
We have 192 males on the first floor, 192 on the females on the second floor.
That's your beds.
Right. During the week, we have a lot of the weekenders that are back out into the community, and then they come in on the weekend where our population goes up to and sometimes even over 384. And then they'll get out on Sunday night after midnight or Monday morning and then not report back until
The following Friday?
Friday night.
So we're only talking about keeping them on the weekends.
That group. And then during the week, we have all of the others that are low-risk offenders, but not on any kind of a work release or weekender program. Some of them, we do have a small handful that get out in the morning and go to their jobs and then come back in at night. And then the rest of them are considered low risk, and we house them out there.
Now, on Saturday night, you showed having, I'm sorry, J.D., but
Sorry.
you had 183.
Saturday night, I'd have to look, but that number should be higher because it depends on how many are out at that time. That's where that number's coming from. They take a snapshot in time.
Excuse me, I apologize.
It's at midnight, right? Mm-hmm. Midnight.
Well, what I was sort of leading around to, Sheriff, is got 440, how many beds in the new jail?
444.
Huh?
444 single cells.
444. And you've got 384 is about your max at Cold Springs. And if you moved some people from Cold Springs, once you open the new jail, and you move those prisoners over to the new jail, opening up beds over at the direct supervision jail, and you move the Cold Springs people, you just do the rotation. Is there a barracks or something there at Cold Springs, at Green Bay that you could use for this?
We have 24-person tanks that we can use. We don't have any females.
Sleep in those.
We don't have any female space at Green Bay, but we can certainly look at any alternative, but we certainly don't want to end up.
We don't have any female at Green Bay?
No. And we certainly don't want to end up, giving up jail beds. I mean, that's the problem when you abandon a jail is that,
Well, the ones you would be giving up or abandoning are Cold Springs beds.
But, I mean, at the time when we need jail beds, we don't want to have given up a viable jail that we've
I
sunk
understand,
money in.
but it could be reopened. It just have to go through the process of the new rules and regulations, I'm assuming.
We don't want that out there.
Well, we've done that once before at Cold Springs, and it cost us a couple of $1 million to get it brought up to speed, but it's not a couple of $1 million a year. It's a one-time couple of $1 million to get that done. And if we did that, then it would seem like that'd be your command staff at least to begin the process.
I don't have a clue. How many people do you have staff in Green Bay right now? I mean, not Green Bay, Cold Springs.
It's minimally staffed. I mean, we have to meet the 1-to-48 ratio. I mean, every jail we have, we strive to be right at 1-to-48.
How many?
One guard for every 48 prisoners is our ultimate goal every day.
Okay, one guard for each 48 prisoners, but how many total people are assigned to Green Bay? Because you got more than just
Cold
guards,
Springs.
you got your staff and all.
I'd have to look, I don't have that number offhand.
I don't know off the top of my head, but it's minimal out there.
What's the question?
Huh?
What's the staffing
Total
agreement?
staffing at Cold Springs.
Well, you understand my theory and thinking at least. If y'all could take a look at it.
And we will. The only thing that you have to bear in mind is, it's 1-to-48 no matter where they are. And I mean, it's
1-to-48 wherever they are, but doesn't mean that your administrative staff, you've got some supervisors and things that you might not duplicate if you had these prisoners. Well, you already have the staff over at the new jail over here.
Mm-hmm.
You already have the staff at Cold Springs. Cold Springs.
Well, we have
Green Bay.
Yeah, Green Bay.
So you're not going to be adding staff. We're trying to eliminate staff.
Well, I know, but when you add prisoners, you add staff.
But we haven't
Somewhere.
added, that's the whole point.
Right.
The prisoner
And
hadn't gone up.
And that's why the only people we're adding are administrative staff for the new jail. We're not adding any jail positions. The only people we're adding are administrative staff for the new jail.
So if we could close down the old, we wouldn't have to do it because you could take the administrative staff off Cold Springs.
The problem is we don't staff Cold Springs like we will this jail. We can't staff a maximum security jail like we staff a minimum security jail with supervision. This will be the worst of the worst people that we have. This will require
And
the
I
most
remember that, but I
supervision.
also remember you standing there saying that the whole reason we're building this jail the way we're building them is so we don't have to touch them.
Right.
And we're building big enough cells so that they can sit in those cells all day long and we don't have to let them out. And so, yes, I do understand that. And that's what I don't, maybe that just goes back to the whole reason of taking a step back and looking at this. You said you hadn't had a chance to you can look at the Cold Springs thing. There's a lot of stuff we haven't looked at, so maybe before we add 21 or more people, we spend a little money looking at that and seeing if there's maybe another way that we might be able to do it.
Whatever works, all I'm saying is that we've got to have a high level of supervision in that jail. And, that's going to be where, we're going to have the most suicide attempts, the most assault attempts. I mean, that's going to be the jail where we're going to have the most problems. And we can't go into that with the supervision model that we have at Cold Springs, is all I'm saying, because it won't work. We've got to have, tight control on that facility. Remember, there's going to be 96 medical beds in that facility as well. We're going to cure a lot of our medical problems.
We're going to have a lot of stuff over there, I guess.
Will you be closing any medical facilities in the old
No, we're going to turn that into a women's medical facility, which is sorely needed, long overdue.
Sheriff, there's the number of positions that you show authorized or working in Cold Springs, various locations.
So where's the total?
I'm sorry.
62.
62.
That's not still correct, Debbie?
I mean, that's what you've got under
What's
the
the,
work unit.
what is the number per position? Is it 5 point? What's your number, what's the number of
We have
people?
Relief
how
factor?
many employees for each position?
Yeah,
5.2.
5.1.
That's for stationary positions.
Yeah. I think we usually go down to 5 when we just do the math.
Sure.
5 for one. Yeah.
Have you communicated with JPS on what your needs are for the hospital portion?
Oh, yes, yes.
They're preparing their budget to...
Yes. Yes, we've been in.
You have a funny look on your face, Mr.
I think
County Administrator.
I think what we need to do whenever it gets to JPS and the services, we need to get into a letter of agreement to make sure that your expectations and JPS expectations are the same.
Mr. Early and I have been in frequent contact about. I mean, we're not really changing services. We're just expanding the floor space, and again, the number of patients should remain relatively constant. We're just going to have a lot better facility to treat them in and a lot more room, not to have them packed in together like they are right now.
But with changing the existing facility to female, you obviously will take additional staff.
I hope not. I don't think JPS is planning on having to have a whole bunch of additional staff simply because we've got the females being treated now. They're just not in a good environment to be treated in.
And the medical floor on the new jail versus the medical floor on the correction center is linked by a sky bridge.
So we had the sky bridge put in so the medical personnel could go back and forth.
And the 26 positions that you are talking about amount to about how much per year in terms of dollars? Do you know?
The dollar lady left. I don't know.
A bunch.
There was for new positions. Now it's not just the sheriff's department, but the vast majority of them are sheriff's department. A little over $3 million, I believe. That's what we talked about earlier this morning.
About $3 million?
Not $3 million, but a majority of them are sheriff's department, but it's not all sheriff's department. Dollar costs on the requested positions are
For the new jail, what the dollar figure is.
Yeah, but remember that I think there was 25 positions?
25 positions. 4 of those are in facilities.
That's right.
21.
So 21 positions are what we're looking at.
973,000 for 21 positions.
That's just the salaries. That doesn't include the benefits or anything else that goes along with them.
You know, it's salary and fringes. Total on that would be $990,000.
That's
For the
So
sheriff.
you're telling me that 21 people cost me $900,000 and that the other 9 cost me $2 million?
These positions don't come into effect October 1.
Yeah, they don't come in hardly any.
So they really are going to. So the 900,000 is.
That's only part of a year.
For how many months?
It varies.
We're
It's on
phasing
the
them in.
screen there.
You see the dates there where we're phasing them in. The first ones will come on board like November the 20th to begin training. They're telling us the building will be turned over to us sometime in December or January.
And when are we going to open that facility?
I don't know. We're going to open it as quickly as we can get it.
March, April, I think
I
it
thought it
is.
was
Get it certified and get people trained in it. But that's why we're bringing people on board in November to try to start training on it, and then some more in March, and then some in June.
Well, and I think part of the idea is not only train those people, but those people will train
Train
the
the
other
trainers,
people.
yes, it'll be a train-the-trainer type situation.
Okay, now that's 26 people up there if it's the ones in yellow. No, it's not the one. Are the numbers in yellow the ones that we're talking about today?
Let's ignore the yellow. All I was trying to do is show the departments easily what was different from what they had requested, so ignore that, please.
Okay, double sheriff, 20.
So, okay, let's go back.
Here. Hold- Let me tell you something. 11 months of all the people they requested, which were not all recommended, is $1.6 million. So it kind of gives you a ballpark of what the annual cost is.
Is that just salary or that salary and? Oh, it's
Salary
everything.
and bennies.
And bennies, okay.
For a year,
It's I mean,
or partial year?
for 11 months of a year.
And that's for 28 people, and you only gave them or recommended 25?
No, 21 for us.
21.
And so, since there's not 100% of the ones they asked for, the $1.6 million is only 11 months. It probably all comes out in the wash. It's probably close to $1.6 million annually.
How much?
About $1.6 million
For 21 employees?
annually. And there's 990,000, this column here.
For this, that's for this year, right?
Correct.
The 900.
Staggered.
Right.
So this really only addresses command staff, because we anticipate jailers will come in.
Command staff,
Central control.
security control.
Security control, I'm
Right,
sorry.
right.
And visitation, a couple of clerks for visitation.
Right. Yeah, that's it, just the actual building staff itself. Because the jailers will move over from the other facilities when we move.
The request was for 28, we recommended 21. After speaking with Chief Nolan.
So your total personnel in that new jail will be how many?
It will depend on how many prisoners are in there at the time, JD. You know, I mean, our goal is always to work 1 to 48, as absolutely close to that as we can. A perfect day for us is we got one jailer for every 48 prisoners.
Well, 1 for 48, but when I ask about personnel, I'm talking about your command staff, everything.
Right. Yeah.
More
And then,
than one for 48.
yeah, and it, like I say, that depends on how many jail staff, you know, jailers are assigned will depend on what the population is over there every day.
And this is the thing, I mean, every year I apply that 5.2 and to the number of prisoners, and, you know, if we do it as of Saturday night's population, we ought to have 376 jailers. Well, that's not realistic, because we know that doesn't include any of the administrative, it doesn't include any of the other folks, the ones that take them to jail, take them to the, you know, that laundry, any of that stuff.
Any of the support staff.
But the total would be, as of Saturday night's population, if it was a pure 1 to 48, and I know you, because of classifications, we've talked about this, because I do this every year. We would have 376, well, we got 940 people over there. So we got some leeway there. And that's where I go back to where I'm, you know, maybe it really is time that we just kind of took a step back. And I don't know how quickly they can do that, and I don't know how we go about saying, okay, let's get somebody, let's see what it costs and what, you know, how long it would take for somebody to come in and do that. But, you know, if we can do that, then maybe we at least check on that before we approve and go forward with or maybe we have
Did we want to do something with jail standards once, where they come in and took a look at our operation,
Not since I've been here. They may have before.
personnel-wise?
Here, I think that's when Savala was here, as a matter of fact.
I think we did. I think they did.
And
We may
Debbie
have paid
Fillmore
them
still
something.
worked for them.
Pardon me?
I did 2 staffing analyses back in the 90s.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear a word you're saying.
She helped with two.
Right up here if you want to talk. Right up
When
here
I
by
was with Jail Standards Commission, I performed 2 staffing analyses back in the 1990s of Tarrant County's jail system.
1990s. And hasn't been done since?
I don't know about that.
I don't know. The sheriff says there hasn't been one, or Bob says there hasn't been one since he's been here. How long have you been here now, Bob?
10 years.
10? I seem to think that we did do something, but don't know.
And we look at our staff all the time, and of the 940 that we have, or 938 that we have, a good number of them are clerical personnel for booking, for laundry, to keep the entire jail running. We monitor how our staff is assigned every single day so that we can keep our overtime down to almost nothing. I think we had $6,000 or $7,000 in overtime last year compared to what it used to be before I came here, $300,000 a month. So we look at that every single day. And while looking at the 5.2 we've only used a 5.0. I think if you applied the 5.2 retroactively, then it would actually increase the number of staff that we currently have.
I think something might help all of us is if we had a current organization chart of the Sheriff's Department, from you, Sheriff, to the bottom. I think it would be very beneficial to us.
JD, up here, Debbie's put up here I think the breakout by locations as well as the detention officers versus
Everybody else.
everybody else. And the detention officers that are actually, I guess those three numbers that you've highlighted there
Correct,
would be the jailers inside the jail that would account toward the 1 to 48.
correct. And there's 574. Now,
Again, that goes back to what we were talking about earlier about the, classifications and just inefficiencies in the old jail. And so what that says we'd have about 198, and if you divided that by 5.2,
Well, I'm looking, I don't see any numbers you're talking about here.
well, I've highlighted these three numbers on the screen in yellow right there.
Yeah.
Shows what our assignments are at each facility, 55 at Cold Springs,
And it's
169,
truly just jailers.
350 between
Those three number added together add up to 574.
if you took Saturday's population and you divided it by 48, that comes to 72 positions times 5.2 equals 376 detention officers, which says we have about 200 extra, and that's about 38 positions. But again, there are too many, there's
We're
way
just
too
using
many.
the Cold Springs population, though.
If you divide Saturday night's total population by 48 times 5.2.
That's what I did.
No, you used 170-something for population.
Well, I used the population numbers that y'all sent me.
That's at
from-
Cold Springs.
No, total.
You think we only had 174 people in all of our jails on Saturday
No,
night?
Sheriff, that's not what I said. I said you had, if you look at all the population, you had 3,400 or
Okay.
3,520 people.
All right. I see.
I took that and divided it by the 48
48.
to come up with the 72, to multiply it times 5.2
I see what
to
you're
come up with 376 folks. And then I subtracted from that the 570. But again, I recognize that 376 is ideal and will never be ideal.
No.
Never be ideal. And so that's it's somewhere between probably 450 and 574, or maybe it's 574. Because all I know is I know Bob runs the jail very tightly. We saw that when you came in, and you saved us an awful lot in overtime.
Do you have a current organization chart in hand, in the office?
Mm-hmm. It hasn't changed in a long time.
Well,
We'll get you one.
Could we get one of those real soon?
Sure. Absolutely.
Like before the day's out?
Absolutely.
I'd just like to comment that the reason we are building the new jail in the first place is to accommodate this classification system that approaches ideal. And a crucial piece in that is the Cold Springs facility.
Well, and a new medical facility.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And a new kitchen. Don't forget that.
My only point is if we start closing facilities, then we have disrupted that classification system, which is the reason we're spending all this money building a new facility in the first place.
True.
Are we rebooking these prisoners that go into Cold Springs?
No.
No, we don't book them and formally book them. They check in.
Yeah. But
We
that
try to
ain't
get
no
all
formal booking
we try to get all the
process.
contraband off of them that they bring in with them.
Pardon me?
We try to take all the contraband away from them that they bring in with them.
Yeah,
but-
I understand.
But we don't do a formal booking.
You don't even dress them out, do you?
Yes,
We do.
They're booked in one time when they're first sentenced to
Right.
that program, and then the rest of the time they report to Cold Springs, a huge issue with work release and weekenders is contraband. And that's why we don't have them downtown. When we do have an overflow that comes downtown, it creates tremendous problems in dealing with that contraband because it cannot be strip searched by law. So we, at least with the work release and weekenders at Cold Springs, we contain any contraband that they may bring into a low-risk facility, and they're not going to use that contraband to try to escape. Where in a maximum or minimum or medium security facility, then that becomes a huge problem for us. The Green Bay doesn't have any space for female inmates because of the design of the interior of the building. You can't keep them separate by sight and sound. So we would end up having to put all of the female low-risk work release and weekenders downtown in a maximum security facility. The numbers would be such that we would probably end up wasting close to 150 bunks because we can't house males on the same floor. So if we put 144, 150 females on one of the floors downtown in the correction center, which houses 288, then we would see a tremendous waste of bunks in that downtown facility. As Commissioner Brooks pointed out, that new jail was designed to be a part of one system that would supply the number of bunks that we would need for each category, being low risk, medium, maximum, and then the super max.
I'm familiar with that.
As well as the medical side of it. The female medical, currently if we have one that's real sick now, we have to put her in a cell on the 5th floor next to a male inmate, which is not a good idea. There just never was any medical space designed for female inmates. So we will take the current 5th floor and make that a medical space for female inmates when we move the males over to the new jail.
Your Belknap unit floor is at 27, shows 144 beds for females with none in there right now. What's that?
That floor was vacated because there was a leak in the roof or in the ceiling, and we had to move the inmates down to 2.5 and 2.6. And that floor, because the inmate count didn't require us to fill that floor, we didn't fill it.
But it's fixed now.
It's fixed, and it should be ready to reoccupy should the inmate count increase. If we opened it, then it would just cost us more staff to open that. And we have tried our best to combine inmate populations and compress those populations so that we didn't open floors or pods that we didn't need to open.
Other questions, or what's y'all's pleasure?
We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff.
I move approval of the sheriff's budget as presented.
As presented by whom?
By whoever presented it.
Debbie presented one. I think the sheriff presented one.
But it was the same budget.
What are your feelings with regards to a study?
Fine, let's do a study.
Because I don't want to hire
What are we gonna
additional.
study?
Well, we're going to.
Bailiffs?
You said something about a request of putting people in there for the bailiffs, so that's one thing I want to study.
Okay.
I'd want to study the whole size of the whole operation.
I would like to look at the bailiffs and certainly the security. Be sure we're at it.
Approval of the budget, including a study to determine staffing.
Does that mean we're not considering the additional?
Well, right now, it would be it would include the 21 folks that we have in there, and whether or not.
So whatever is recommended by.
I don't want to put the sheriff's entire budget into a pending status. We need to approve something and move on.
I'd like to get an idea before we approve 21 new folks, whether or not how quickly, we may end up approving them and saying, we'll do it all subject to this review and study.
Can we move quick enough with that?
I don't know that we can. I doubt that we can. I imagine that we'll go forward with the 21.
May I make a suggestion to the court then? It seems like there is a question on staffing as it relates to confinement and also security. There are different elements within the budget that has not been addressed that you could address. For example, you have 21-101-1, which is the Sheriff's Office Employee Resource. You have the warrants section that you could approve. You have the Communications Division section that you can approve. Investigations that you can approve. These are all different departments underneath the Sheriff's Department. You can make those approvals. Last year, when you did this, you approved each of these individually. So if there's some that you want to approve now and then hold off on the confinement piece and the bailiff piece, we can
So it would be
consider
the
that.
bailiff and security and the confinement piece from that perspective.
There is no way that we're going to be able to do a study
Absolutely not.
between now and when we have to approve this budget.
You're right.
No, we don't have time to do a study for this year's budget.
Okay.
Well, that's part of your motion, though, if I understood it.
I don't have a second.
Okay. Oh, you don't?
I'll second it.
Your second?
Now have a
This
motion, and a second.
Of adding
Second his
21
motion to
additional.
do a study. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
Approve
Bailiff,
the
security,
budget
confinement.
and do a study, but
And study probably won't get it done.
it'll take a year.
We'll take a year. to
Well,
do so.
It'll take a year.
But it'll be a useful tool, I hope.
Sure. For next year.
And so that would be, that's fine. I mean, it'd be 21 people plus the cost of the study, whatever the study is, and we can look at that and we'll make a decision on that at that point in time.
But we're making a motion for a study right now, and we don't have a clue how much it's going to cost. I think we're a little premature on that motion, is what I'm saying.
Find out how much that costs first, and where that money can come from.
Well,
From the sheriff's budget?
Before we can allocate funds for the study, before we can contract for the study, it has to come back. We're just approving the concept of doing a study.
We have a motion and a second right now for a study, or to approve the budget as submitted by our budget office, and with a indication that we would like to explore a study of the confinement, bailiff, and security areas of the sheriff's overall budget.
That's the motion.
And we have a second for that.
You do.
Any additional discussion?
I can support the removal for approval of what has been recommended, but not with the study. We need to do a lot of research on that, and we can do that anytime during the year.
You want to make a substitute motion?
Yeah, I'll make a substitute motion that we approve the recommendation by the budget office.
Which was the original motion, which y'all kind
Huh?
of, which was the original motion, which y'all kind of beat me up into changing.
No, you put the study was in, yeah, okay. Well, so there's no second
We're
for
going to do
that?
the study or not?
Huh?
Why don't we make them two separate issues?
Okay, we're just going to pull everything off the table. We're back to approving the budget as presented by the budget officer.
Second.
I get a second to it, yeah.
So we got a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. And then we will look toward.
It just had to come out of the correct mouth.
We'll look toward a budget. We'll look toward a budget.
Yeah, you know how we are, Roy, you and I.
Yeah.
We'll look toward a study and see if we can't bring some cost estimates and time estimates on doing that to the court.
And Dee's going to get us a organization chart today. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
Okay. Constable Precinct 1.
think they're, I have a list. If they're not coming, I did talk to Jerry Crowder Friday, I guess. They have one of those will remain authorized but unfunded positions. And we chatted. He just wanted some assurances that if they get into some sort of peak or problem, that we'll be willing to help and recognize that they might need overtime or temporary. And of course, the answer to that is yes. But other than that, he was satisfied.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second, without a guarantee of anything additional.
I did put
Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Constable Precinct 2, 3, and 4 said that they were satisfied with the budget.
Move approval of Constables 2, 3, and 4.
Second.
A motion is second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Precinct 5,
Move approval of Precinct 5's budget.
Second.
A motion is second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Precinct 6,
Move approval of Precinct 6.
Second.
A motion is second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Precinct 7,
We have an error in that budget. It's denoted on your screen to add $1,000 back to their budget. So if you'll please include that in your ultimate motion, we'd appreciate it.
Include it where?
To clothing,
So it's supposed to be 1240 versus 240?
I like it when the mistake's only $1,000. Sorry, Glenn.
that's all right.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners.
Morning.
I'll be real brief. The first item I'd like to ask consideration on is the building security position that we have. Every courthouse has a security officer, and unfortunately ours has not had since it's been built, and I'd like consideration on that position. Over the last year, we've had employees that pregnant were assaulted. We've had vehicles slash tires from disputes in court. We've had disputes in the tax assessor's area. We have a credit union there. Of course, we have the tax office. And for certain things I won't discuss here, but we definitely need a consideration for this position. Also, in the realm, I know there's been some discussion about security. In general essence, you're going to pay about $35,000 for security, and that officer's going to make about $12 a year. $12 an hour. In those positions, and I recommend if you're paying $35,000 for a security officer, you're paying $5,000 more, and you're getting a constable. Then on top of that, we have to add in the benefits, which bring it up to about $55,000. But I think it's really important that our building has an officer at that location. Mansfield's really growing. The traffic in that court has almost doubled, especially over the last year. We're already having to look at expanding the building, and doing things to make it more efficient. So as we continue on through the next year, and we even had a bomb threat this year.
It is factual that Mansfield Sub-Courthouse does not have security. We have like a part-time, temporary.
We really don't even have that. That's the bailiff. But that's.
I'm looking into that right now.
Used to a long time ago, we had the bailiff that helped supplement that position, but the court itself is so busy, they're almost in court nonstop, so there's no way to have them supplement and bounce around like it used to be 6 years ago. That's what we did about 6 years ago, and we just can't do that now.
Yeah, I'm looking into that right now, and I'm asking the court to approve some funding, up to about $60K or so annually. But how we're going to deploy that, we need to have a conversation among the stakeholders within the building. We're exploring various options right now of how we should maintain security there, either through a contract security company or through the constable office. And I think we need to have an in-depth conversation. But for now, sir, I think we do need to allocate some funding for that because it is a very critical piece that have been missing for years. And the thing about security is you're trying to prevent the unanticipated. And it may never happen, but if it happens, then it's going to be on my clock and our watch. So I think we need to consider that.
And the incidents we're having there is not based on what you're going to necessarily want a security officer handling. You're going to need an officer to be able to arrest, and not that a security officer can't on site, but
can you commit that we will maintain that security personnel?
that position will maintain in that building. It will not be moved to anything else. It will only be for that building, period.
Debbie, what was your thinking on your recommendation?
Well, of course, we were looking from the standpoint that very few positions were going to be added to the budget. We were looking at those, of course, with the opening of a new facility and with those that have potential revenue generating. Outside of that, we paid little attention to workload issues, even though we recognize that those exist out there.
You have 11 employees out there now?
We have, there's 8 of us, there's a temporary, and then there's 2 clerks. We have 2 clerks. So there's 7
10 people out there.
Relatively, yes. One's a part-time.
This says 11.
This doesn't count the part-time position, Clint.
It's,
I've got you, chief, 6 deputies, 1 bailiff, which you're using in another fashion. It's not your temporary, and 2 clerks.
Is that correct?
I'm adding it up.
The bailiff that you have out there right now, where are you using that bailiff?
Well, they're on the street because of our numbers are so high, we have to put them on the street because we don't have enough people. And it's kind of like I submitted for the extra person. We're well over the requirements. Every 200 papers, we add another officer, the county requirement. And we're well over that. I think that what we're looking at, roughly, our office is supposed to be serving around 1,350 papers a month. That's what the requirement is of the county. And we're serving anywhere from 1,500 and up. I mean, so
How many people do you have serving papers?
We have 6.
That includes the bailiff?
Yes. That's the bailiff serving papers too. So we're basically cutting out the bailiff from the court just to maintain the numbers that we need on the street.
How many do you have working traffic?
Well, they're really, I mean, just here and there whenever something comes up, but they're not working traffic or assigned to traffic. If something, no. If something happens in front of them, they'll deal with it, but they're not, I don't have any guys assigned to doing that.
On those numbers, do they include any warrants that you serve?
Oh, yes, the warrants are in there.
Are those county warrants or are they municipal warrants?
They're county warrants, whatever they collect. You're talking roughly the other warrants that from county warrants and whether they're municipal warrants, we haven't broken them down to what's what, but you're about 60 a month. So those are still service fees that we get from each one of those.
60 warrants per month?
Well, 60 warrants from that just out of our office that come in.
How many of them are JP warrants?
Usually, it really varies. When you're looking back here, you'll get them from 40 up, and we've had some up to 100 at times, and then out of our office warrants, which we consider anything outside of JP, we'll get stuff sometimes up to 100. It just varies. Sometimes you get 20, sometimes you get 100. We just never know what it's going to be.
And the reason I ask is that with our collection system that we have going on with all the JP fines, obviously before a paper goes to warrants, it goes through that entire collections process. So before a warrant's ever issued, we've exhausted all sorts of means to collect those the fine that's outstanding on those papers. So, I haven't talked to the JP to see how many they actually have to go to warrants, but that's kind of rare amongst the rest of our offices. Now, keep in mind, too, that in 2000, we made a conscientious effort to divide the civil process from the sheriff's department. In 2002, they also did, 2000, sheriff's department also did civil process. So we took those people, allocated some to the constables, and said, okay, there's a clear division now, so you're not crossing paths all the time. Sheriff's Department serves criminal warrants, constable serves civil papers. Now, yes, we would expect them to still serve JP warrants as they come out for Class B, C misdemeanors, traffic fines. But otherwise, our manpower is in the Sheriff's Department for serving criminal warrants. And granted, the Sheriff's Department's priority is getting the worst of the worst off the streets. I doubt if that's what you're looking at here.
And in a perfect world, it'd be, if the sheriff did all the warrants, that no problem with us. It's just, we have them, we're going to serve them, we're going to serve what's in our office. We're going to serve what comes across. If we're dealing with something and somebody has a warrant, we're going to deal with that matter.
And Clint, if you'll look at the screen there, this is, I think, the last report I've gotten from you, which is, April. It's saying, sorry, Commissioner Johnson, I'm just kind of using my cursor to highlight. It's saying that 2 of the 72 warrants you served were JP papers. The rest were other.
Can you go back to the workload among the
all
the constable precincts?
Now, keep in mind, in this workload, we do not count warrants. Again, we staff the constable's offices to serve civil process.
So, for example, in April 2011, Precinct 7 showed 1484. Does that include warrants?
No, sir, it does not.
So you're looking across the board.
We don't include them for any of the constables, but let's also keep in mind that it's rare that the other constables are serving very many warrants. Most of theirs will come from the standpoint if they've got a CSCD operation in their back door. Believe it or not, someone will actually report for their meeting with their probation officer, and they have a warrant out for the rest. So in that case, the constable's office will be called to arrest them.
Can you scroll up a little bit?
Yes, sir.
Is that precinct 1? Is precinct 1 the?
If you look at precinct 2 and precinct 7, those two are very comparable in terms of area and operation and so forth.
Correct.
Precinct, which one's 2 and 7?
2 and 7. From October 2010 to April 2011, you can see.
Well, if you look on there, use October, for example. Under us, it has 1473. Under the county requirement, it's 1350 is what we're supposed to be serving. So that doesn't even count the warrants we have, and we're still over just on civil.
Actually, the standard is 235. I think you said 200 earlier.
Well, whatever I added was you can break it down from 1350 to 6 people. I'll look at the math.
And that's what this number calculates. It takes your civil papers and subpoenas that you're serving, bottom part of this graph, and it divides by the authorized people. And in your case, I'm dividing by 6.
And I've got 225 is what I'm accounting for.
Calculation comes out to 210.
1350 divided by 6.
273. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Clint. I'm using your bailiff also since that person's on the street.
Okay. So, which in that case, I don't have a bailiff.
But you have temporary funds to provide that bailiff.
Yeah, but it's.
Do you work reserves?
We do. We do work our reserve. We work them pretty heavy, and that's how we're staying afloat with just serving civil papers.
Can I see that? I'm trying to compare between other precincts, workload and so forth here. If you look at precinct 1, 1454 versus 1473, okay? And that 1473 does not include criminal warrants, correct?
Correct.
These are legit civil papers here.
Correct.
Right? So you see between precinct 1 and precinct 7, Clint's performance is consistently higher, right? If you look at precinct 1, has 14 FTEs. 14 and Precinct 7 has 11.
Okay, you're,
How do we explain that difference?
you need to only focus on line number 7 up there. I don't know if you can see that on your chart.
Deputy.
Which is actually the deputies that are in the field serving papers.
Right.
That's what we're dividing by. We're not dividing by their clerical people. And Precinct 1 has additional clerical staff because they are the repository for all of the civil papers that are generated from our courts and the mail-in out-of-state papers. They all come to Precinct 1. They've got 2 extra clerks. They got extra clerks that sort those and have them ready to be disseminated to the appropriate precinct. So their bottom line is not comparable to the rest of them.
So you're saying that the 7 deputies in Precinct 1 that are serving papers are comparable to 6 plus the bailiff, which is out on the street?
Correct.
So that both of them have 7?
Correct.
But 7 would be short of a bailiff.
And then that's
That's by choice.
That's the
And that's been some of the struggle we've had in the past, is that we're, robbing Peter to pay Paul and moving stuff around. We're hoping that a part-time position will carry over to a bailiff position and have enough hours, and cover building security as much as we can by bringing people off the street. We have an issue on the building, and we have to bring guys from the street to the building to deal with issues there.
So right now, you've got 25,000 temporary that Precinct 1 doesn't have, and so that's takes care of the bailiff.
Correct. And so we're paying the bailiff basically, we're doing part-time, and we've been doing this for 3 years to help with the budget and the situation with the budget. But, I wasn't asking really for that this year, but next year we're going to really consider that.
So right now, you're just asking for an
Right now, I'm just
addition
asking
to handle
for
building security.
I'm asking for building security right now. That's all I'm asking for.
Oh, well, I saw 3 on here.
Well, that was, but that was not approved, but right now, all I'm asking for is the building security.
Nothing approved yet.
Well, I know I'm asking for the building security. That's all I'm asking for.
And Commissioner, you're saying that you want to look at the overall security and get all your folks out there together and decide how you want to do that?
Yes, sir. I think we can, if possible, if the court can approve allocating X amount of dollars into a kind of like a pending box, and allow the extension.
There is a fund that goes for the bailiff position out of that court. And I'm not sure offhand if you can run it for the building security end too.
No, I'm talking about the building security, not the bailiff.
Yeah. The bailiff position should be funded by the court.
Well, there are basically 2 options. You have contracted security. We're looking at that option. It costs about $30,000 a year or something like that. If we put in a full-time constable, according to Debbie, it costs about $55,000.
Full-time, it's about 59 with benefits.
Yeah. But the concern here is the contracted security can be deemed to be less effective.
Well, if you're paying $30,000, you're paying them $8 an hour.
Constable, that's why we got to have a conversation with all the stakeholders within that building, Mayor Louise, Mr. Ron Wright, CSD, and so forth, so we can sit down and collectively put our heads together and determine what sort of security threats that we have to deal with, and from there, we can make a decision on which way we need to go. But for now, for the budgetary purpose, I'm asking the court to approve. Debbie, you thinking 55K or 60?
Well, if we're going to put it on the pending list.
On the pending list.
It'll come back before we approve the budget, and just to note that we're talking about a maximum of about $60,000.
And again, I think the reason why we've not seen any of that, and she's made no recommendations, is the fact that we've pretty well said no new positions.
That's right.
Except for new buildings, except for revenue generating.
Well, it was a new building. It just was never added at the time.
You want to come back with a private security proposal or something for us?
I'm trying to study what's the best option for that building. And right now, we basically have 2 options, a private security or a full-time constable. And there are concerns that private security may not meet the needs of the building. And in order for me to determine that, I need to have a very thorough conversations with the county clerk, Mr. Ron Wright, Mary Louise, and other department heads represented within that building. And from there, we'll make a determination. Of course, if we're going to hold the constable responsible, directly responsible for the security and the safety of the folks in that building, then we got to give him the authority to do his job, and not my other concern. So that's why I'm asking for a little bit more time, so we can have
So let's just leave this one pending. And
This will be a to be continued.
I'd just like to put on the record that at the Southwest Sub Courthouse, they also use their designated building security officer out in the field, and everybody, including the constable, works building security, and they just work it out.
So your guy is not a constable? Is that what you're saying?
No, he's saying it is. He's saying they're rotating around, but again, our workloads won't allow us to do that. That's our only problem. I have no problem trying to cut the budget and maintain with what we have, by all means, but unfortunately, our workloads aren't permitting us to do it.
But your workload, folks, are in line with what Precinct 1 is, and you're not significantly above the average.
But you're not counting the warrants in there either. You've got 200, usually roughly 150, 200 more papers than what's being counted there.
That's the criminal warrants.
The warrants.
Criminal warrants?
All warrants are criminal.
Well, then, again, but I'm not sure all the other constables are doing criminal warrants.
We're all doing warrants. It's just the numbers of which being done. Again, whatever's given to us, we don't just put them in a drawer and not go serve them. We
So
serve
who's
them.
giving you the criminal warrants?
We get them from the county. We get them from the city.
Who in the county is giving you criminal warrants?
Well, I don't have them with me right now, so I have to. I mean, I can give you a list though.
Well, I mean that's the question.
Who?
I asked you, did you compile the list, keep that list for 30 days like I asked you to?
No, because that month was off when you were asking. It was the month prior, and we didn't have that calculated for that month.
Well, no, I asked you for the next complete month.
No, I don't have that.
Because I was curious about the same thing.
So are you serving city criminal warrants?
If we're out somewhere and someone has warrants, we'll pick them up and usually take them to the city. But we usually only take them to the city if they're within our area, because we don't want to tie up the jail, taking someone with 16 Arlington warrants down to the county
Are you
jail.
serving city criminal?
Well, that's what I just said. We are.
You are?
Yes. If we're out on the field and someone has warrants, we will take care of that.
You don't have it in your hand?
Well, when we run them or whatever, they come across that way. I mean,
The question is, how do you know that these people are wanted by the cities? Do you have a warrant in your hand when you?
Well, we get a confirmation. We get a warrant confirmation. They say it comes, we run them to check for our stuff. They come back having 16 warrants from Arlington, and we take care of that situation. We're not just going to let them stay there and with 16 warrants or whatever else and just not resolve that situation.
Which is the same thing every other constable does. They're running information on a civil paper person. And if they happen to have warrants, they're going to arrest them. And I just glanced at precinct 2 because we're talking about them being comparable precincts. And for the same month of April, they served, and this is precinct 7, but precinct 2 served 10, a combination of 10, total of 10 warrants. And I think 7 were JPs and 3 were other. Might be backwards.
Clint, what would you pay a, quote, security person per hour?
I would say you want to get somebody probably near $15 an hour if you're going to be somebody that's a little more into
about 50.
accountability-wise. But then you're going to also, on top of that $15 an hour, you're going to actually be paying probably $20 an hour because it's contracted.
You're going to be paying what now?
Probably about $20 an hour.
Okay. For benefits?
No, just to a company to run security, you're going to pay them about $20. They'll pay the person $15.
You know, that hiring for a grade 53, which is a certified police officer, the minimum, which is rarely hired, is $17.78. The C, which is entry level, is $19.59 an hour. Then you add benefits.
And we also, you were talking about warrants. I mean, we have federal warrants come in. I mean, we have ATF will call us, FBI. I mean, warrants are from all over the place. It's not any set number. Truancy warrants are probably one of our largest things. And the Attorney General warrants, I mean, we have a lot of Attorney General warrants.
Why would most of those be going through the sheriff's office?
I don't know. I mean, they come to us. They call us, usually direct, and ask us to assist with whatever they have going on. And just like immigration will call us to go do something down in Rendon. I don't know.
I think we're just going to leave this one pending for the time being and then
That's correct.
come back.
I'd like to move on quickly. The clothing itself on my line items.
She's going to add $1,000 to that.
Okay. It was, in the past, we've been around somewhere around 2,500 roughly. Again, this year it was dropped down. We're down at $1,240. Our uniforms cost roughly $140 each for officers, and to pay for uniforms for the officers, even if I broke it down just paying for the officers, I'll pay for my own. I'm just asking to cover at least the officers, and we're looking at $2,240 just to cover the officers themselves.
Debbie, what you're thinking?
Well, I looked very closely at all the constables' expenditures for clothing, and I saw some irregularities out there, and Clint, I'm not particularly referring to you in particular, so I don't want you to think that. I saw some irregularities out there. So we did lower the clothing budgets throughout all of the constables. Now, I think you're the only one that probably purchases Blower. Majority of the other constables purchase uniforms from Syntex, which is not quite as expensive as Blower. A lot of the other constables also, instead of wearing full uniforms, wear just polo shirts with the embroidery constable information on it. So it kind of fluctuates throughout. But we did lower all of them.
I mean, it seems to vary pretty radically. I mean, I see here's one. Precinct 1 is $750. Precinct 2, you have nothing. Precinct 3 is $500.
What are you looking at?
Looking at their budgets.
Clothing budget.
Clothing budget.
Precinct 4 is $1,050. Precinct 5 is $750. Precinct 6 is $900. Precinct 7 is $1,240.
And again, the recommendations are based on a per employee basis. Constable 1 and 2, I don't think their employees wear uniforms at all.
Rodeo time.
Even though they have them, I mean, they have access to it, but they don't wear uniforms on a regular basis because they're out there serving civil papers. We still didn't give them the necessary tools to keep themselves safe, such as bulletproof vests, but they're not wearing uniforms on a daily basis.
Okay. Well, I think, again, because we're going to leave this one pending, we can come back at that point in time and look at that area also. But, I mean, it looks to be pretty much in line with what.
Well, what I'm saying is with 1240 as it is, that's one pair of uniform. That's one per person. And that's basically asking them to wear the same shirt 5 days a week and wash it. I mean, that's just too hard on the uniforms. And we don't wear the polos and the BDUs for the same reason, because they start turning gray and fading out. But we do wear uniforms every day. And again, I have no problem with buying mine, but I at least like to take care of the deputies. And that's why I'm asking for $2,240 there. On safety and tactical supplies, we're down at $500. We need to replace some medical kits in the cars and cones. We need some cones replaced because they're beat up. So I'd like it to be about $1,500. On our equipment maintenance fund here, it's listed for $150. Our copier maintenance comes out of that, and that's $350 just for our copier maintenance.
Not what it has been. Have you changed copiers?
No, it's always been the same.
No, it's not what you spent the last couple of years. And by the way, Clint, we did strategically make changes in safety and tactical also because of some expenditures we saw out there. And this comment is for something I saw in yours. You bought some sort of drug testing kit.
Mm-hmm.
What was Is that necessary?
Well, on the street, if you come across something or you need to kind of know what it is, so you can make the appropriate charge. And we need a test kit so we know what's what.
But isn't the DA going to test that?
They will test it, but we still need to know appropriately or approximately what it is that we're going for. I mean, we need to know if it's actual drug or if it's just sugar. I mean,
Dallas County didn't worry about that.
I mean, Dallas County.
We have asked every office, every department head to hold a line on expenses. We have issued clear instructions that we didn't want to fund new positions that were not revenue generating.
Actually, we are revenue. We can sustain revenue for every position we have.
We're spending an awful lot of time talking about something that we said we weren't going to do.
Well, I mean, right now,
Motion, we approve the budget as presented.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Any discussion?
What about the building security?
Well, what? It's not in there.
Can we put on the pending at least to talk about?
I don't think it would be under his budget anyway, would it?
If we put it under constable, it would be. It would be.
But building security, if it's a private firm, it wouldn't be.
If it was a private firm, that would be under Mr. Phillips, hopefully, right?
Then we'll look at his earlier or later. We have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Commissioners, we need to take one more constable, and then I think, Commissioner Wynn, you need a telephone conference?
Yeah.
Okay. We can go to Constable Precinct 8.
Move approval of Constable Precinct 8.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. We'll start back at
1 o'clock, that's in 45 minutes.
And now,
We brought lunch in for you all.
at the medical examiner's office, as I recollect.
They have no issues?
This is the first time in 15 years.
That's a first.
This is the first time in,
I'm gonna recommend we close it.
no, this is the first time in 15 years he ain't been here.
Move approval of the medical examiner's budget. Second. As presented.
Motion is second. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Fire Marshal?
They have no issues.
Move approval of the fire marshals.
Second.
A motion is second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
CSCD?
Now, they have no issues, but let me discuss a caveat regarding their budget.
You're breaking my role.
I know. This is where the $169,000 should be that they requested for the pre-bond supervision unit. As Leighton and I constantly talked about this topic over the last 6 months, the bottom line is we don't expect it to be $169,000. That's an outside dollar amount, so we put $145,000. In the event, this $145,000 does not change our commitment of $169. Thank you so much. Our commitment of $169. In the event they do go over, then we'll have to come back to undesignated or some other source and adjust that budget. But with that comment, there is satisfied.
Got 145 there.
This 145.
Do we have a motion?
No.
Move approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Pretrial release?
Michelle is here. Oh, there she is. Michelle is here in case you have any questions, but they are satisfied with their budget.
Move approval of pre-trials budget.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Okay, this is at least something that we have talked about. I looked through go ahead.
Well, I know that we have discussed this as possibly a way to save some dollars by letting the private side handle some of this, if it could be done in a way that makes it affordable and the access to these services and to bail is properly handled, where it serves somewhat the same purpose that pretrial services serve. And I know I don't know whether we've discussed this with any of the bail bondsmen, but, I'm for having that discussion and having that talk and seeing if there's some way that, because we're spending $1 million, and if we can accomplish the same thing and have the private sector handling any of it, we're going to save dollars.
My only comment about that is that anytime you make it more expensive to get out of jail, then you're going to have more people staying in jail. And it may be an instance of being penny wise and pound foolish once you net it out.
Well, I think the bondsman had last year given us a proposal. I've not seen anything current, except I guess the last thing we saw was a April of last year, and I would certainly like to enter into a discussion where they offer up something. But I agree with Commissioner Brooks in that it's got to be something where everybody can get out, and it's got to be something where it can't be just a wheel in my mind. I looked at what they had proposed back last year, and they were proposing a wheel type of a deal. I'd like to continue to have discussions, but I'd like to look at it from a perspective of, would they be willing to pool money together, and instead of having each one of them, whoever happens to be the next on the wheel going into the jail, it being a situation of where they end up having employees that are there, because I don't think any of the, there's 3 jails that we currently have people represented at. Right. And I don't think any one of those 3 jails are going to be interested in everybody having an office there so that whoever happens to be next up on the pretrial would work that. Now, as I saw their proposal, I think their proposal calls for us keeping our department and kind of acting like our indigent defense folks do, where they turn around and say, well, you're next on the wheel, come in and you take care of it. So I guess I say all that to say that it's still a little bit of a sketchy. I would like to go ahead and maybe see if we could get a more updated proposal from them.
Well, do we hold on this right now?
Well,
do we have that kind of time?
I don't know that we have the time, and I guess what I would say is if we were able, I mean, we can go ahead and try to have a meeting with them in the next, well, let me ask this question. If we had a meeting, would the court want it to be one where we brought the judges and the bail bondsmen and everybody came in together to see if we could set something up? Or?
The judges, the bail bondsmen, pretrial, and us would all have to sit down and talk about it. If you're talking about the proposal of April of last year.
Yeah. So we could try to set that up. But again, it may end up being something very similar to like the jail study that we talked about earlier. I'm not sure we can do that between now and the first of the year.
I don't think so.
But at least it could be a starting point to move into that process. And then if we were to decide that we were going to do it this way, that gives us time to phase those folks either into, giving them an opportunity to look for other places that they could, fill within the county as opposed to us laying off. How many people do we have in pretrial right now? 15?
15.
That's correct.
15.
So it gives us some time frames on that to look at it and could go from that standpoint. So
What are other counties doing? Do other counties have 15 people in this? Other major county?
I don't know.
I don't know. I do know that at one time Dallas County had eliminated their pretrial, and their jails got backed up so much that they now have reinstituted pretrial to lower their jail population.
Michelle, do you have numbers for these other counties?
Harris County has about 101 employees. I believe Bear County and Travis County have an excess of 40 to 50 employees, 40 to 50 employees. Dallas County, I think, has less than us at this point, but they just brought theirs back a couple of years ago.
Michelle, how many in Dallas?
Dallas, they have less, I believe they have less than we do, but they just brought theirs back, or do they have more than us at this point? I don't know at this point, because I haven't kept up with Dallas's program. They brought it back in a lesser...
So 40 to 50 in both Travis and in Bear.
In Bear.
Over 100 in Harris.
Yes, and we have 15.
One of the things we might look at, and we'll try to see if we couldn't set up that meeting, and we'll just make sure we've identified all the parties and hold that, and at least begin looking at something along that lines. We'll include the judges in there, even though, Gallagher might object.
I think it's something that's, we might want to look at as far as holding up their budget for this next year. I don't think we need to do that.
If we're going to do these studies, we need to do them before we get to the budget table. Once we get here, it's a little late to start talking about doing studies.
I agree, and I think we've identified two that we'd like to look at
for next year.
Well,
I don't know that I've ever seen the study that you're talking about done in the study.
I don't recall having seen it either.
There wasn't a study.
There was a proposal.
It was a proposal that we received from the bail bondsman about April of
last year.
2010.
Correct. And it was for last year's budget, and we took no action on it.
It went to everybody on this court except Andy, and it went to Marty.
Can you provide me that copy, or do I need to call Marty?
Go ahead and call Marty. Call who? You could call Marty to get that one. He asked if we could provide it or if he should call Marty.
I'd like to get another copy.
You fitting right in.
I have one in my briefcase. I just sent one to Glenn.
Yep. We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Juvenile Services.
Juvenile Reindeer, you still here? I saw a giggle back there, which means he's okay.
Move approval of the juvenile services budget,
There's two budgets.
both of them.
Detention.
Second. We have motion and second to approve the juvenile department's budget.
It's juvenile services and the 323rd District Court. That's the juvenile court.
So we have three.
Motion passes unanimously.
Public health.
What happened to human services?
They're not next in the book.
Who's
They're
next?
next on the list.
Next on the list is public health.
Are you presiding over this meeting?
From down here.
Next on my list is human services. But now, where does I'm all sincere, I don't know where.
Computers.
Okay, so we
It's
made a
on this
mistake.
list.
No, Debbie,
We didn't?
on the other tab.
No. But they're in their book.
Who would you like to
Public
hear
health.
from right now?
Well, I'm not sure where public health is.
We made a mistake on this. We
Well,
left
it's in
off
the
public
book.
health. Are you looking at this?
I'm looking at
Okay,
the,
yeah,
Excel
on your-
spreadsheet.
On your Excel sheet, it's on a separate tab.
Public health is right behind 323rd District Court.
As resource connected.
go right ahead with public health, now that it's on a separate
Judge, you'll
tab.
be able to pick up that tab and, public health.
Now, this is another arena where we do have some true RIFs on the table, and we also have some authorized but unfunded positions.
Public health? Are you satisfied with your budget? They're satisfied with their budget.
Spent more time discussing where they were than we are on looking at the whole budget.
I
We have a
wanted
motion
to
and a
ask-
second.
Say something.
Now, let's get back to
Go right ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
Human services.
No, he wants to say something.
Excuse me.
He said, sir, I'm
I think you had too much sugar during lunch.
A year ago, we authorized a pilot program to deal with the rising incidence of HIV and STDs among the youth of Tarrant County. It's approaching epidemic proportions. I don't think that we've gotten enough bang for our buck out of that program with just 1 year's financing. With $20,000, we could continue that program, train some more interventionists, and maybe have an opportunity to make an impact on this problem in our community. I ask that we add $20,000 to the public health budget to continue the PRIDE program.
Where is that in our current year budget?
It was, okay, let me go back to myself. It was absorbed into several places. If I recall, some of them were promotional expense and professional services. I'm trying to find the promotional.
Was this a grant last year?
I think it's something they.
It was funded through the general fund. It was funded like mid-year. It wasn't part of the original budget process.
But I think the point is that as their resources are limited, they had to tighten up, obviously, because we're eliminating some positions, that they did not include that $20,000 in the budget for this year.
And I'm asking that it be included.
Required? Did you feel that this 20,000 money was not required for this coming year?
Let's get up here, Professor.
I guess the real question that I have is why did you leave it out?
We had to cut over $300,000 in the budget, and in order to keep the number of positions that we had to cut down, we had to look at the larger operating cost, And that was one of them,
20,000.
yes.
So nowhere in your budget do you have room for this 20,000.
In terms of finding the 20,000? No, sir. Not without looking at personnel. Or severely hampering those that are working.
Now, this 20,000 does not add any positions to their budget. It merely funds their ability to operate a program that deals with the health of the youth of this community. It deals with after-school youth programs and trains. It's a train-the-trainer model to train the leaders of these various youth programs to implement a program dealing with HIV and sexually transmitted diseases among kids.
Can you elaborate on that specific need in the community that
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks just talked about?
Santos Navarrete will tell you more about the program in detail.
Afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Commissioner Brooks mentioned that we did start this pilot project last year, and the funding that we got for the project did come out of TO4 funds that we received for the health promotional dollars for incentives for the kids, and $25,000 that came through Medicaid Administrative Claims Funds. It's a special grant that we have that we collect from our clinics as we provide Medicaid services, so it goes back into our programs. To give you some idea on the numbers that the Commissioner's talking about, the 2000 data report from CDC, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, went back to 2008 data, and in Tarrant County, our chlamydia and gonorrhea rates in the youth, that's 15 to 25 of the cases that we get in Tarrant County, 75% are among that youth group that we're talking about. When we're talking about syphilis cases, also, we're looking at a high number of syphilis cases in Tarrant County among the youth population. UNT Health Science Center did an evaluation of the PRIDE pilot project, and they highly recommended that we continue the PRIDE project to go into the after-school programs. Currently, the Greater Fort Worth Boys and Girls Club has come on to do the project starting in the fall. We need the monies to be able to continue that above and beyond Fort Worth and go to Hope Farms, Girls Incorporated. We had started a program with Yamoja, who is out at Dunbar High School. They didn't get into the program because of other issues among the facilitators or the trainers that we train. We like to be able to go back to be able to do that. We're talking about small amounts of dollars to be able to go out and reach about 500 or 600 kids in 2012 and continue the program. Now, let me give you some of the zip codes where these high morbidity codes are: 76105, 76108, 76119, 76112, 76104. Some emerging zip codes that we're seeing: 76137, 76140.
So the percentages you gave us were for all of Tarrant County. How much of those percentages that I'm assuming, so how much of those percentages rest purely in the zip codes? And where, are we just serving Fort Worth?
We're serving the whole county, Judge. We're trying to get out and get other after-school programs to come on board, and that's why we need to be able to move forward with this pilot project and make it a full project to go out to the community.
I thought you mentioned
For this first year, they served Girls, Inc., which is based in Arlington.
Which is based in Arlington.
During the first year,
yes, sir.
What is the result? What is the measured effect of that program?
Well, UNT Health Science Center, when they did their evaluation, it showed an increased knowledge in the students as far as STDs were concerned. They were more aware and educated on STDs, signs and symptoms of STD. We had them also develop a goals and objective. We empowered them to be able to know what resources around the community for them to be able to get out and get the resources needed to either to get tested or get treated. We did a small number, Girls Inc. We only had about 10 to 12 girls that participated in that particular evaluation. So we don't have a big group of girls that we can say that we evaluated. That's why we want to go ahead and take the program out to the community and get more kids in the program so we can do a better evaluation of the program and see how it really affected the attitude of the kids and the risky behaviors that they're involved with.
And a full-fledged program would cost how much? Estimate.
For us to do 500 kids out in the community, out in Tarrant County, about $20,000. We're looking at how we would divide that up. Will be $5,000 for a consultant to be able to train the trainers, be a facilitator for the Pride program, do a complete evaluation of those 500 kids, and $10,000 would be used for incentives to provide as those kids go through a 6 modules of training. After they complete the training, they would get a gift certificate.
So explain to me the program. You have a trainer that comes in and trains kids to go out and then?
No, we have a facilitator that trains the after-school program directors, facilitators in the after-school programs. And the way we're actually structuring the program, it's a gender program where boys are in the boys group and girls in the girls, and we're wanting to train the facilitators to be gender specific to that group that they're going to be training.
How many trainers are you trying to train?
We're trying to train 12 trainers at the Greater Fort Worth Boys and Girls Club for this coming fall. But we want to expand that, not just to the Greater Fort Worth Boys and Girls Club. We want to take it out to Hope Farm, take it back out to Girls Incorporated, and definitely take it back out to Umoja out at Dunbar High School.
What's your age group?
We're looking at 14 to 19 in the high schools.
What is this? What you're training them at in the Girls Club and Boys Club?
Right. Well, that's the trainers are adult trainers. They're the ones that deliver the 6-module training courses to the after-school program kids. But the kids that we're targeting are 14 and 19.
How many did you train last year with your $20,000?
We were only able to get the 10 to 12 kids out of Girls Incorporated. We had actually trained more trainers. We trained a total of 20 people last year.
You're talking about getting 10 kids out of one place. I thought you're not training kids. You're training.
We're training. We actually trained 20 trainers last year. The majority were out at Umoja High School, but we didn't launch that program. We trained the trainers, but they didn't incorporate the program. They ran out of time at the end of the school year. There was other issues that came on board, budget cuts that they were looking at, so they didn't get to implement the program at Umoja, but they've already been trained. So we're going back to them to go ahead and implement that program this fall in Umoja at Dunbar High School.
This program has a tremendous amount of leverage in it. It deserves more than 1 year to prove its efficacy, and I'd like to see it given some more time.
Making a motion.
There's already a motion on the floor.
Is there a second?
I would second that.
Okay, we have a motion to second. Any further discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. I guess I just would say this much. I'd like a whole lot more facts and statistics next year about how many we trained and how we spent that.
Yes, sir. We'll get that for you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Judge Whitley, the motion and second was to pass the budget as written. There was not a motion for the $20,000.
If the maker of the original motion to pass the budget would withdraw that motion, then I will make a motion to pass the budget with the $20,000. Or you can just include that in your
Make
motion.
a substitute motion. I believe that's what you suggested to me earlier.
I will make a substitute motion. Thank you, Commissioner.
You're welcome.
That we pass the public health budget with the addition of $20,000 for the Pride program.
I second.
A motion is second. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Next.
Human Services.
Are you satisfied with your budget?
I am, sir, and I think it's advisable.
Move approval.
We're expecting
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Child Protective Services?
Oh, I don't think they're here today.
Where's Estelle?
She is not doing well, and she's
Not in
not.
Fort Worth
Sorry to
anymore.
hear that.
He's gone. She went
Not
Move
in Fort Worth
approval.
any longer.
As presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Public Assistance, Ms. Schneider.
Now, public assistance, this one is worthy of some discussion. I've got two things to mention here. There is something here listed as a new program, and that's a request from senior citizens for $50,000. And I have one other late
request that I got that's not included in there, but we'll present it for your consideration. It's from the City of Azle for support of their library in the amount of $10,000. Now, as I talk about the libraries and to put that conversation in perspective, we did support libraries many years ago, probably 30 years ago. We had, at that time, a reasonable, sizable amount of money in the budget for the support of 15 different city libraries. We made a conscious decision to get out of the library support business, and many of the cities instituted user fees so unincorporated residents could use their library still. If I took this request and again gave it to you to put it in perspective, there would be maybe an assumption from the other cities to ask for support. If I took this dollar level and equated it to what it was when we got out of the business, we'd have a budget or a request of somewhere about around $1.5 million. But the City of Azle is respectfully asking for a support of $10,000. Now, senior citizens is asking for $50,000 to help, of course, with their senior citizens centers and their support and providing lunches at those centers. When they sent this proposal, I asked them to obviously put it in writing and to tell us how they were going to wean themselves off of our funding support. That question wasn't addressed at all in their scenario. So in the event we do add senior citizens to this budget, then we might want to consider what Commissioner Fickus has done with the support of his transportation needs for those senior citizens, and that have it last for 4 years or 5 years with a diminishing 20-25% a year.
And you've got that one in there. It's under new program.
It is under new programs for y'all's consideration.
It's under what?
It's listed as new programs under the public assistance budget.
You have that project that I'm working
No, that's in your budget,
with? Right.
sir.
No, I know that, but, okay.
It's in the recommendations, yes.
Right. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I don't see new programs.
You're looking in the public assistance budget?
Look at the very last line of the public assistance budget.
New program, 50,000.
No.
It doesn't exist. Right, and the challenge.
Yeah. Mine stops at Challenge Inc.
It's the same thing.
That's weird. You have different versions.
No.
I have no new program.
It's not a protected file, maybe.
No, look at the line. It's still.
It's different line numbers. He's in the 800.
That's weird.
I know, JD, I know.
Is he on the one that says, is he on?
I'm on hearing order with total.
He's on.
Well, that's not the issue. The issue is the 50 grand.
Right.
Yeah, it's 50.
You have the CIO over there. Can you please troubleshoot this issue?
Maybe I need to send out
So is
protected
this in all
files.
precincts? Is this just in 3, or where is it?
No, this is all precincts. This is countywide for, I was giving you a reference on whether we should make this a partner, as we have with the other people listed on that list, which you pretty much never go away.
Isn't this basically, this is the senior citizens, I thought we had talked about the possibility of being able to get this out of our housing finance. Because Meals on Wheels.
Meals on Wheels we did.
Was what we were going to.
But isn't this also for meals?
Yes.
But it's meals in their senior citizen center.
Correct.
This is something they've been doing for years. Why is it that they're coming to us for money now?
Well, I think their comment is that
We did 80 last year. We're doing 67.
Yeah, I'm looking for another one.
That's it.
flat or reduced federal funding is insufficient to provide the necessary nutritional support to vulnerable seniors in Tarrant County.
You had 250,000 in there. That's all right.
And which organization is running this senior program?
Well, they're called Senior Citizen Services
Okay, I know.
of Greater Tarrant County.
Yes.
Now you stream it again.
As long as we make it something that goes away over a period of time, I could,
And I think she's suggesting 4 years.
220,000.
4 would be adequate. Adequate. I'm speaking for them. 4 would be generous on our part, I think.
I don't have one of those.
Okay.
And just to put things in. So while we start with year one with $50,000, it'd be diminished by $12,500 every year.
I can go for that.
That a motion?
That's a motion.
Second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
And I know this is a blanket statement, and blanket statements won't apply to every situation, but I think as we have organizations that we support with funding, that we should make it clear that the maximum number of years is 4, so that they know that coming in. I know that's blanket, and every situation is a little different. Libraries, is there any support for Azle Library?
What's the
Go away.
Azle fund?
Go away. There was no discussion.
It's in 2 counties, so I'm not sure how much of it's in Tarrant, how much is it.
That's right, it is also in Parker here.
They didn't have it broken down, did they?
No, sir. I think Mr. Manius has something.
There's one other item. We have received a request from One Safe Place. Some of you may be aware of that program. It's an interjurisdictional program that involves all the police departments in Tarrant County, the prosecutor's department. A lot of cities are contributing to it. They have made a request to us for about $100,000. It came in really late to be able to put it into this budget. We're not going to ask you to take any action on that today, because what we'd like to do is to give you a presentation to see if it's something that the court would like to support. It's a big effort, and it deals with battered and abused women and families, and a collectivity or a location where you have prosecution, police, public assistance. I know that some of the entities that we fund are also a part of that, and so I just want to put that on your radar screen, because we'd like to come back and have a more in-depth discussion with you about that prior to passing the budget. With that, we will go to Texas AgriLife.
We're satisfied with our budget?
Move approval.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Veteran Services.
They are satisfied, but I've made an internal adjustment here on the screen that you'll have to look at that we agreed to do. It's a 0 impact, but they're satisfied with their budget.
Well, what are we looking at? Tell us.
They made a $50 transfer from equipment maintenance to promotional expenses.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Historical Commission Archives, they are satisfied with their budget.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Resource Connection is on a separate tab on your file.
Thank you.
But they are satisfied with their budget.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Fund 5110 in non-departmental. Ms.
I
Snyder.
think that's what we just did.
I've got two lines here, okay.
We only have one.
Okay. So we're going to go to civil courts now, 17th District Court.
Judge Wilkinson? They say they're satisfied.
Move approval.
Second?
A motion is second. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
48th District.
We heard from the 48th and the 62nd, the next one after that, and they're both satisfied.
Move for approval of both?
Second. Both.
Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
96th.
Not represented, assume satisfaction.
Move approval.
Second that?
Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
141.
Not present, didn't hear, assume satisfied.
Move approval.
Second?
Vote. Passes unanimously.
153.
How about 153, 230? Is there any of these that have any?
The balance of them, 153rd, 236, 342nd, 348, 352, contacted us and they were satisfied with their budget.
Move approval of all of those.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. That takes us through the 352nd, 231st,
Didn't hear from them.
233rd,
Didn't hear from them. Oh, yes, we did. 233rd, 322nd, satisfied.
What about the 322nd?
24th.
324.
Well, okay, 324th, 325th,
They're satisfied.
360th,
Okay. What'd you say?
Are there any courts that have a problem with what proposed?
The 360th, Judge Sena said that he wanted to address the court. He said he was going to be coming.
360th?
Yes, sir.
then let's approve with the exception of 360th, and let's leave the 360th pending.
So move.
Second?
The motion is second. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. The 360th is pending.
County criminal or county court law 1.
2 and 3.
4 or 5?
2 and 3. We'll get the county court of laws out of the way right now.
So move.
1, 2, and 3.
Do I have a second?
Second?
Vote. Motion passes unanimously. Probate 1 and 2. We're having some firsts here. Probate 1 and 2.
Approval.
Second.
Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Criminal district courts.
And by the way, Judge Fairchild is going to start having, I believe, once or twice a month, hearings out there in Precinct 4.
We're going to be able to rent his court out downtown because he's going to be out in the Sunderlands.
Trying to give him some room to operate in.
Okay, we have got criminal district court number 1. Greg, you got any of these back here that?
I did hear from Judge Wilson, and they are satisfied. The only two I heard from was Judge Wilson and Judge Catalano.
Everybody else is happy too. I'm happy. I'm here for jury service.
Who's not happy?
Everybody's happy.
Everybody.
Move approval for everybody.
I'm happy.
Everybody's happy in the district criminal courts.
It's just a happy
And
county.
we have a motion, but we need a second. We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Magistrates.
All my departments are happy. They're responsible for that would be the magistrate court, criminal court support, the grand jury bailiffs, criminal attorney employment, and criminal mental health court.
So move.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
County criminal courts 1 through 10.
Which one?
1 through 10, I just got the go sign, so county criminal courts 1 through 10 are all happy.
So move.
Technically, that is a giggle.
I would second that.
Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Justices of the peace.
Taking 1, 2,
I did not hear from precinct 1 or 5. The balance said they were satisfied.
Is anybody here from 1 and 5 who's not satisfied? Is anybody here from the JPs who would like to say anything? I need a motion.
Move approval of all 8.
Second.
We have motions and seconds.
District
Passes unanimously.
District Attorney.
3-6.
Uh-oh. DA's not
If
happy.
he's got problems,
Does that say you're happy?
If it's not on my tie, I don't know it.
I have a quick lead-in statement. If you'll notice, I can't spell. The very last line in their budget is operating subsidy, and that is our,
Not the very last line in mine. Which one, in the criminal?
first,
What?
where is it? Hold on, I gotta catch up. It's the last one. Oh, that's the next to the last one. I'm sorry, sir.
Next to the last one is what?
Operating
In
transfer.
45101, somewhere around line 200155, if you're using the one with totals.
Okay, operating transfer, other funds.
Yeah, that's our support of the Narcotics Task Force. Several years ago, we kind of drew a line in the sand and said we're not going to use any more than $900,000 a year. By putting $700,000 on the table, which is about where we've been for the last several years, it is not removing that $900,000 commitment unless you formally change that. We're just recognizing going into our budget what we think is more realistic dollar amount, knowing that if push comes to shove, that we'll have to take $200,000 out of undesignated. But this is about what the operation requires.
And that, I like that because it gives us a more
Realistic.
feeling as to what we actually think we're going to spend, even though it's not a reduction in what we have spent. So we're not taking anything away.
what kind of commitment have we made?
We in the past years when they came, because they wanted well over $1 million a couple of years ago, and we said we won't spend anything more than $900,000. Well, in those years since, they've still not. Let's see, in 2010 they actually spent $581,000. This year, I don't show them having spent anything.
We're not going to book that until we get to the end of the year and actually know the cash position. It's at about $600,000 right now, but we've got about $1.6 million pending and forfeitures awaiting for judgment.
So what we're saying is we're putting a more realistic amount up there and then saying it'll be down in undesignated. If you get in a tight, come back to us. But it gives us a better idea of what we actually expect to spend, and then gives us, that gives us flexibility to do the raises and to do other things, because once we hand it out, if it's not down there in the undesignated, we're potentially in trouble. Are you ready to talk now? Because I think she's finished.
I am.
And
you want to take that thing off and read it?
well, that's one at a time, actually.
Okay.
But we have no problem with that, with one proviso, and that is the forfeitures are somewhat unpredictable. So we understand what has been said, and we have no problem with that reduction.
But your goal is to work them and work them hard.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We want to collect ever more. I would like to say that Mr. Shannon has enjoyed being district attorney, and Mrs. being here, he had one of those pre-booked vacations that was booked before this was scheduled, actually. So could not be here. I did want to mention a couple of things. We did have a couple of reorgs last year. They were not major reorgs, but with the first one, we saved about $75,000. With the second one, we saved about $35,000, but we don't think we're going to have that again this year. Also, I want to mention on the revenue side, we discovered recently that our criminal fine schedule had not been revisited or revised for like 20 years. So we believe, and we've had discussions with your budget officer and with Richard Alpert, which is where most of this occurs in our misdemeanor section, in adjusting these fines. And we think that it's possible we'll have an increase in revenue from that of about $1.7 million. Now, that's not in the bank,
But we're making two types of adjustments. One is we are adjusting the fines that we will require on a reduction to a Class C. And those are already in place, and they're already bringing in money, and the people don't get it unless they agree to pay the fine, the maximum fine. So that's producing right now. The other is just the fine schedule, and those are a little more iffy because then you still have to collect them. And we have some scenarios and schemes where we think that we can offer some legitimate incentives for them to pay or pay more quickly.
So some of those, unlike the constable fees that we talked about that can't go into effect until January the 1st, these increases you're talking about can immediately go into effect.
The ones that cover the misdemeanor Class A and B reductions to Class C, every once in a while you have those, and those are already in effect. And that's just a matter of going to what the law allows and telling them they have to pay the money up front or they don't get the reduction to a Class C. That one is fairly easy and produces a lot of money.
And the auditor has not taken any of that into impact yet as far as revenue calculation.
The auditor made the decision.
Are you talking in the third person now?
Yes. Because there were several people with me when this decision was made. We were horse trading, you might say then. But we all made the decision that we would not include any of this fee because we also did not take out the $1.5 million that's the freeze for the senior citizens, over 65. It's $1.5 million. If I take the $1.5 million out, I won't put the whole $1.6 million in because I don't think that I can go with the $1.6 million. I'd put some number less than that. So, and I don't have.
Your good news ain't near as good as it was.
Well, it's good.
Oh, it is.
But it's just I really have taken it into consideration.
Well, I thought maybe we'd.
There's not another $1.6 million I'm willing to add to the budget.
All right.
Sir.
But we think in the long run this
Is that just one tab off that list?
Yes, actually, that got rid of one. Thank you.
Mr. Cobb.
We have one issue this year that we would like to address the court about, and that is our career path, which has been frozen. And that was frozen in 2009. I want to give you a little history, very quick history of the District Attorney's Career Path Program. It started 20 years ago, 1991. It's been a very successful program. It is for our specialized functions in the office. We have specialized functions such as CPS, protective order, juvenile, intake, appeals, a lot in appeals, economic crimes, JP court. So we have some specialized functions where we want to give attorneys a career path on the smaller side of the house, and this is much fewer positions. The same type of career path that we have in our trial section, where people are being promoted on a fairly regular basis if they deserve it. We currently have 39 career path positions in the district attorney's office. 18 of those they've reached the top of the career path. So those aren't an issue. In other words, those people have progressed from a grade 72 to a 76. They're there. They can't go any further unless a supervisory position opens up. So we're only talking about 21 positions. And then of those 21, 2 of those we can X off because one is leaving and one is overseas. So we're really talking about 19 positions. And then from there, these are not automatic promotions, ever. Never have been, never will be. And of the 19, we evaluate that 14 of them would have gotten promotions during the last 2 years, had those positions not been frozen. And to help you understand that, we don't automatically promote people because that would mean that we are rewarding everybody the same way, and we don't do that. But we now have equity and compression issues, because on the big side of our house, the trial side, we've had promotions. The freezes didn't stop us from making promotions when we have vacancies and people are moving on, and we're able to promote those people. That's a lot of people. On the career path side, the comparable people have not gotten raises for 2 years, and that's what we want to address.
And you haven't had people leaving, creating positions that would allow you to make these promotions?
Well, in the trial courts, that's correct. Because understand, these people have become specialized. Like if we have somebody going to our Child Protective Services unit, if there's a vacancy in our trial section in criminal, they would not be in line for that. They have specialized in the Child Protective Services area of the office. So,
have you talked with Debbie? I mean, she made mention this morning about allowing your department to manage within the salary budget that you've got. Have you talked with her about this?
we understand what Debbie's position is about that, and what we would like to do, and there's more than one scenario, more than one possibility here of how to address this. We would like to split the difference with Debbie. We would like to get a 50% funding and make the rest of it up through attrition, because I'm afraid that we're not going to be able to predictably get to the attrition necessary to fund these. And it is not a lot of money. The best scenario we have, the most generous, the one that we would like, would be about $120,000, half of which we would make up out of our attrition.
So out of $15.4 million, you don't think you can find $60,000?
I think we might be able to. We've already frozen one position in anticipation, and it's a position that is non-critical. But if we get a critical position, what we would like is that extra $60,000 in our salary line item budget so that it can be identified for this purpose. And we make half of it up out of our attrition.
But if we put it down in undesignated and you try to do it and just see if you can't make it happen out of that, I mean, we're talking about 1/1000%.
Yes, I understand. But it's a small percentage. But I feel like we should not get in, we don't want to get in a position where this is difficult for us in a mission critical position that it needs to be filled. You know, we can go 2 or 3 weeks on a mission critical position, but if we have to go 4 or 5 months on something like that, it could cause us problems. And what we're proposing is not just that we have it in the salary line item to use as we wish. We can track this. I know Debbie can track it. I know our business manager can track it, so that it is 50-50.
I bet she can track it if it's down and undesignated. Knowing Helen, I bet she can figure out the difference.
She could.
I bet she can tell you when not to do it.
Well, we are asking for the $60,000, and that's splitting the difference, and that's the maximum. It may not cost that much depending on what scenario we use. I just want to make sure I don't miss a sticky here. And what we would like first is to unfreeze the career path for the next fiscal year. We're not talking about future years after next year. We know every year is a new year, and every year is something we have to look at individually. We would like to unfreeze those positions. We would like to restore the eligible career path attorneys to the position they would have had on a go-forward basis.
So wait a minute, you're going to move these people up, and then you're going to have another? That's like saying King's X, we're going to go back to the day one, and we're not going to be frozen when we've asked everybody else to be frozen.
Well, all we're doing is trying to address the compression issues and the equity issues, because their counterparts the people with the same experience got their promotions, and these people did not get their promotions. So this is an equity and compression issue, and it's on a go-forward basis. We're asking that they be given the promotions that they would have gotten on a go-forward basis. So yes, they're not made whole by that. They're just put into the position they would have been in had they gotten the promotion like their counterparts got. And that's what's causing us a problem.
But Marvin, that's with everybody in the county. If we start that, then everybody in the county is going to say, well, why don't you make me whole with other folks that got promoted? I mean, they're in a particular area by their choice.
No, not always by their choice by any means.
Well,
sometimes
by
they
their
are.
choice because they can always choose to leave the county and go someplace else.
Well, they could choose to leave, but what we've done with this program is we have developed expertise in these specialized areas. And that's how we've kept these people. A good example, we had, and it doesn't keep them forever, because this is a mid-career
You just
path.
drop one of your tags. I don't want you to lose that.
Oh, I don't want to lose it either.
I'm tired of these requests.
I got it. Thank you. A good example, we had an attorney some years ago named Corbin Wilson. He worked for our JPS hospital unit. Started with us as an intern, then became an attorney, went up through the career path, and Corbin could have left. But we had a career path, and he was able to follow that, and he stayed with us for 10 years. Well, we kept him probably an extra 4 or 5 years. He's now gone on to be the director of the JPS physician group, really a different career, a different profession. But we had him those extra years, I think, because of the career path. And so what we're trying to do is to maintain a good career path for all of our attorneys and not disadvantage those who have gone into the specialized areas.
Marvin, I have some sympathy for your request, but how are you going to determine where these people would have been promoted to in order to restore them to the level that you
Very simple. The career paths go from 72, 73, 74, 75, 76. And
So we're not talking positions, we're talking about steps on the ladder.
Well, career path ladder, but they are grades. They're not steps within a grade. They are grades. And in the trial section, a person who starts at a 72 then gets promoted to a 73 if they deserve it.
And if there's a vacancy.
And if there's a vacancy, which there regularly is, because we do lose people. And so we have been able to promote on the trial section side of our house, and the people with the career path, and I fear there's a few of these people we may lose, because after a few years in the district attorney's office, they become much more marketable. And they are much more able to go out in private practice, and we have that happen. They are much more able to go to work for the U.S. Attorney's Office. We've had that happen. Some occasionally become judges. We've had that happen. And you said a minute...
Some occasionally see the wisdom of coming back to the county.
Some do. We have had that happen, too. That's true. That from the U.S. Attorney's Office, actually. We've had that scenario. But we might have a person who's in the trial section who's gained criminal experience, and we need that experience in juvenile. Well, juvenile positions are career path, because generally speaking, those people get into those positions and they stay in juvenile for a long time. And so we want to move that person into that position, and we do. Well, if their career path is frozen, they can't move forward like their counterparts. And as I said, these are not automatic. This is something we evaluate, and out of the 19 people that we think could be eligible for something, we evaluate only 14 of them to have viability. Now, I know that HR has done a study on this, and they have got some scenarios. If Ms. Glenn would like to come up and present those to us.
She doesn't look like she's jumping.
Marvin, just as a point of clarity, if you have
Yes.
grade 72,
Yes.
that's been at 72 for a couple of years, are you saying that with this you'd simply move them to a 73, or are you talking about jumping more than one pay grade?
It depends on two things. Would they have been eligible to go first to a 73 and then to a 74 in the period of the freeze? Would they have been eligible?
It's only been 2 years.
Yes, but we're talking about a fiscal year, Debbie. We're not necessarily talking about October 1, because it may be nearly 3 years by the time they get in, they would get that promotion.
Marvin, we've got employees that haven't had a raise in 3 years, and they're making $25,000, $30,000, $35,000 a year. That's total. And we're saying no to those people. We just voted today, no. We're going to give them a lump sum increase, but we're not going to give them a raise.
We got a lot of people in the sheriff's department that we've frozen them in their steps for, this will be the 3rd year.
So I think we all, if we're going to tighten the belts for those people out there in the trenches making those few dollars, we got to all tighten our belts for another year, the way I personally feel.
I understand. And
I think you need to move on to the next sticky note.
that is our presentation.
Oh, that was it.
What we're asking is that we be able, for equity and compression reasons, to be able to promote our career path people to what they would have been, and if you choose not to do it to what they would have been, then at least give them 1 grade. And I know that's one of the scenarios that has been looked at. And that would be on a go-forward basis.
And our recommendation stands that they be able to do that last scenario based on the salary budgets that they have available. Now, I think the caveat would only come into place in years that we have attrition taken out of salary budgets. At this point in time, it's 100%, and we know through history that they will underspend that amount.
And of course, if you choose not to add anything to our salary budget, we would like to have the option of making it up out of our attrition, because we feel like we can do that. We're just not sure what else we're going to have to freeze in order to do it. But we can do, like I say, we've already frozen 1 position for that purpose, because we want to prepare for if we can get these adjustments made. And this has really been a successful program. We're trying to keep it successful. We've identified a few people that we think we might lose if we can't, because they have other options. And we're not just losing the person, we're losing all that experience and training that they have had. Right now, our average experience for assistant DAs is up to 9 years, which I think is very good. I think we have kept people in the district attorney's office, and I think it's primarily for 2 reasons. One is we've had good district attorneys, Tim Curry, and then we've had Joe Shannon Jr., but also because this court historically and for several decades has supported the district attorney's office well and done, I think, done right. And so when you compare us to neighboring counties, comparable sized counties, I think we do a lot better. And I think a lot of it is not just the district attorney, but the support from this court.
Well, Marvin, I do have some sympathy for your request, but in order to be consistent with other employees in other departments, I think that I'm going to be in favor of supporting Debbie's recommendation that you be allowed to do this, but out of attrition. Yes.
And we certainly can do that. And we'd like to have that option as well.
Debbie, that's what you're suggesting, right?
Yes, sir, I am.
Do I have a motion?
Is that a motion?
That is a motion.
I would second that.
A motion, a second. Any further discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Marvin, I have a question.
Yes, certainly.
Where are we on revenue from John Peter Smith?
revenue.
There's some indication that your hospital unit is being cut in terms of the amount of work they're being asked to do, and I would assume that that has some revenue implications. I'm asking if that's true.
I can certainly address that. I don't think it is true. Let me give you a brief history of our collection effort for the district. As you know, we're no longer their general counsel. We have specific duties by contract now. And I might add, we have never been asked to do everything that contract allows us to do. We can do more, and we don't make any bones about that. When Larry Thompson took over as chief of that unit in 2003, our collections were around $650,000. Larry Thompson has a background in collections, as well as being a very capable medical malpractice defense attorney. Each year, he has increased the collections substantially, to the point where I keep telling the board at JPS, we can't promise you this kind of growth each year. But the fact is, it has grown each year, and last fiscal year we collected $3.1 million.
But Marvin, aren't the expense of those attorneys out from your office that work out there paid for by JPS?
Yes, they are. They're fully paid for by JPS. But just looking at it in terms of the JPS budget, what you see is that they are currently bringing in over 5 times what their budget amount costs. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Last fiscal year, they brought in $3.1 million. And that's not all they do. They've reviewed several hundred contracts this last fiscal year. They've been successful in defending the malpractice claims. We have 2 lawyers, and we have 2 support staff at JPS.
Debbie, is our revenue on that equal to what the costs are associated with those 4 people? Is JPS JPS just pay, are they under JPS's retirement system, or are they under ours?
They're under ours.
Are they under our health insurance, or are they
under ours.
So my question goes back to, is JPS reimbursing us for the cost associated with their health care and with regards to the pension?
They are for their immediate year-to-year costs of pension and health care, but not the long-term impact of post-retirement costs.
So should we put something in there for that?
Well, that's what I call indirect costs, which we could.
We might look at that.
We have, and just to recap that, the cost of our contract to the hospital district taxpayer, which is the county taxpayer, really, is just under $600,000 a year, and they're bringing in just over $3 million a year. So they're really supporting themselves. They're really a profit center for the hospital.
Okay.
And then that supports the other work they do, all the contracts they review, all of the medical malpractice defense they do, and so forth.
All right.
Now, to understand what we've done on the career path,
talk with Debbie.
Talk with Debbie. I'll do that.
Well, I mean, for us to talk with you about it, I mean, it's going to be a matter of just talking with her about that.
We'll talk to her.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could we take about a 10-minute?
Yeah, but let me make a public comment to
Yes.
Marvin and the group. I mean, needless to say, most of you probably know that Helen took a promotion to the business manager in the DA's office. If she hadn't have been back in our office for most of the last week, we would not be sitting here today. So, Marvin, thank you.
That brings me back to one reason I won.
I hope it's not to ask for more money.
No, it's not. And that is to say, of course, Joe was very happy to do that. But let me give credit where credit is due. Helen has put in countless extra hours to make that happen. So the truth is that even though Joe might have been willing, it took someone who was really dedicated to do that, and Helen did.
I trained her well.
Thank you, Helen. We're going to recess for probably about 2:30 would be my guess. Next.
If we can go to, back to the 360th.
Back to what?
360th.
Hold on,
360th.
hold on, I'll tell you.
Is it simply for you to tell us that they're okay with their budget?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Oh, so you want to be the one court that gets something different?
Well, hopefully I'll make sense, and thank you for taking the time to take me out of order. I apologize for being late. My name is Mike Sinha. I'm the district judge of the 360th District Court. I was on the bench, and I apologize again for being a bit late. I just want to show you something, and hopefully it'll make sense to you guys. The interpreter fees are $10,000. We voluntarily, and I believe we're the only court to do it, cut it by $3,000. The associate judge I appointed, Cindy Mendoza, does a lot of the interpreting for us as the associate judge, and we checked our 2011 year-to-date, and it looked like we could do it for $7,000. So by taking the $3,000 cut in the interpreter fees, our court budget is probably the lowest of any of the family courts. And all we're asking to do is ask to restore $1,550 back to the travel budget and education budget that was taken away. I am a new district judge. My associate judge is new. My court coordinator is the president of the Texas Association of Court Administrators. And so we do the education and occasional travel. By restoring the $1,550 to the budget, we would still be less than any other family court by virtue of the reduction of the interpreter fees.
$1,550?
Yes. The original budget was $4,250 that was recommended for 2012. $6,800 is what we were asking for, and we're still clearly the lowest budget of the family court because we voluntarily deducted $3,000 in interpreter fees so that Judge Mendoza is doing much of the work that an interpreter might be doing as her role as associate judge.
Debbie, you're shaking your head. What's
Well,
that
we do
about?
treat, all the family courts get exactly the same amount of money. And they get $1,000 more than civil courts because they do have an associate judge. The only anomalies that we recommend above and beyond that is when the judge goes to a special judicial training in Reno. Now, we haven't even recommended that since 2009. And there's several of those requests that were out there, and we're still not recommending those. But all the courts took a $250 reduction from their standard amount, and that was something that was actually started by the civil courts as their way of helping with us trying to balance our budget off overall and take care of the employees. So this is treating them like everybody else.
Debbie, did anyone else take a $3,000 cut in interpreter fees
Some did.
in the family court?
Everybody right now, council fees, and you notice I took a reduction from what you had recommended based on the current trends. Now, tries we made to get the council fees correct. We can't predict which cases are going to fall where. And we do have some funds in the overhead budget, courts and judiciary, to take care of council fees and interpreter fees should they
actually come in over.
Now, we've been, well, I'll stop there.
What's the difference? How come you need travel money when nobody else needs travel money?
Well, as a new judge, I have to go to new judges school. Our associate judge is new as well. And our court coordinator is president of the Texas Association of Court Administrators for the whole state. She's serving that for a year. So there'll be some opportunities for her to expand the goodwill of the 360th Court and Tarrant County throughout the state. That's just part of her job as president.
The association doesn't have a way of offsetting her travel expense.
There's some scholarships. We apply for every scholarship that's available to try to keep the cost to the county as low as possible.
Debbie, on the other travel, why are none of the other judges requesting travel to go to different things? Or why are you not giving them travel?
Well, everybody...
Do they include that in education?
Actually, it is part of education, and the reason it was in the 360th District Court in years gone by was Deborah Lehrman's role that she played with legislative efforts and just overall efforts for the family court matters, not travel related, not education related, on a national level. And of course, Judge Lehrman has moved on to state court.
Yeah, she became Supreme Court Justice.
But like we heard that.
Yeah. In 2011, we just got back from the Advanced Family Law Seminar, and there's over close to $2,000 that's not in this number that will be added for the 2011 year-to-date. And we've really been scrimping this year because we understand the budget concerns that you folks have. We're just a little bit nervous that, given that we're a new court with new judges, and I don't know if any other family courts, frankly, cut the interpreter fees, Debbie, in the family courts.
I'm sorry, sir?
$3,000, 30%?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the whole question.
Did any other family court cut their interpreter fees by 30%?
I'm not going to say they cut their interpreter fees without looking at it closer.
Yeah.
But again, it's all a matter of the luck of the draw, where that case falls that needs an interpreter. And yes, there's no doubt that you have the benefit of having someone on the bench that can help with that issue. But now, you talked about being a new judge. You've been an associate judge for a long time, haven't you?
Yeah, over 20 years. But as a district judge, I'm required to do certain things as well.
What are you required to do as a district judge that you didn't do as an associate judge?
Well, as an associate judge, I wasn't the elected judge. As the elected judge, you have to go to these district judges. In fact, there's a district judges conference in September that all the judges go to, elected, county, probate, appellate. I'm not going because we don't have the budget for it.
Now, there's two conferences a year that the judicial district pays for on top of your education budget. Isn't that right?
In some cases they do, and in some cases they don't. In some cases, the money comes out of the travel budget for the county, and anything that's affecting the county we haven't been doing, just to try to be as austere as possible. So, anyway, I appreciate the time. Those are my thoughts.
Are you asking for an additional $2,500 in education and travel?
$1,550, if that was restored to our budget, we believe that the $3,000 that was deducted from the interpreter fees will still make us the lowest budget of any court in the family courts.
Well, as a new commissioner, I'm sympathetic because when I needed to complete some training, there wasn't any budget in my, so I had to move some money from the garage over. So I am sympathetic with that.
Thank you, sir.
Actually, I see here that the 322nd's budget is lower.
Ours is lower by $35,910.
What is yours?
360.
Of course, that's easily swayed based, again, on council fees. It's all just a matter of where they hit.
We're all in the same boat then.
That's absolutely, that's what I'm saying, from a comparison standpoint. It also depends on where your coordinator is in that career path that we talked about earlier. Some that have the more senior coordinators, their salary budget's going to be more because of that.
Well, we're talking about a reduction. The reduction is $35,910. So regardless of where the starting point is, the ending point is minus $35,910. And I'll dare say that we probably have the largest reduction of any court in the family courts.
I move that we approve the current budget and with the addition as requested by the judge.
How much addition are we adding to where?
$2,500.
It'd be $1,550 restored, sir, to the education and travel budget.
How much?
$1,550, sir.
I'm not trying to be picky, I'm sorry, but your request was for $1,500 more.
$1,550 or $1,500?
$1,550, sir. I apologize. If it's $1,500, then my mistake. I apologize for that. But
so your request is to restore the $4,250 in education to $5,300.
yes, it was reduced from $5,300 to $4,250 and $1,500 to zero.
No, his request is you stand up there and stated, is to increase your budget in travel and education by $1,550.
Right.
The difference in the reduction from the interpreter fees and the increase in the travel request, that difference would be the $1,550. So we're going to be saving the county $1,450 because of our reduction of the interpreter fees by $3,000. So yes, it would go up $1,550, but again, I think we're the lowest budget anyway, even if that increase is approved, because we're the only. No one's lower than $35,910.
Judge, don't oversell it.
No. All right, I apologize. I'm just here on behalf of my staff. So, thank you for your time.
So you're going to add $1,550 to the travel.
It would be $1,500 to the travel, and the $4,250 would be $5,300, as we've requested.
That's a whole lot more than 50,
Right.
that's a whole lot more than $1,550.
Well, the difference is we've reduced the interpreter request by $3,000. We're actually saving the county some money there by asking our own personnel to do the interpreting instead of paying the interpreters. And the budget for the interpreters is $10,000. We're only asking for $7,000. And by asking for $7,000, we think we can do it because the year-to-date in 2011 is only $6,078 because Judge Mendoza has been doing a lot of the load herself. So even if our travel is restored, overall, we'll still be a very austere court because of the $3,000 request.
So $4,350 is what he's asking for?
I think he's asking for $1,750.
That's right.
How much?
$1,750.
$1,750.
Right. I think that's a fair statement. If you
Where
add,
does the $200 go?
well, I'm not sure. If you take the $4,250 to $5,300 is $1,050 more, and then 0 to $1,500. But we're reducing, again.
Nobody here is saying the same thing. You're not saying.
I move we approve the budget as it reads.
Well,
Dies for a lack of a second.
all right, let me clarify, Your Honor, and I apologize. The travel, I'll give Debbie one thing. The $1,500 that was used for Judge Lehrman, I'm not sure where the 7-Eleven is coming from.
Before you go any further.
Yes, sir.
Is he looking at the same thing we're looking at?
Oh, he is.
Yes.
Okay, now tell me which line you're changing to what number?
Okay, the second from the bottom is education. We requested $5,300. They approved $4,250. We would like the $5,300 restored.
You won't?
And
That's $1,100, that is $1,050.
Yes, and I will give Debbie kudos on one thing. I agree with her, actually, that Judge Lehrman's budget of $1,500 is probably no longer necessary since she's moved on to the Supreme Court. We're not going to be doing anything on the state level. So if we go $1,050 and just simply restore the $5,300, that'll certainly help us a great deal being a new court.
But it's a one-time deal because you're not going to be new anymore after this next year.
I think that's a fair statement, and I
So
appreciate
that's
it.
the only change you're wanting to make in this budget? I move approval with that change.
But we're
What's
going to
the
take it
amount of
from
money?
interpreter fees.
How much money are we talking about?
$1,050.
Which means that the $4,250 will change to $5,300.
Yes, sir, and everything else will remain in effect.
What happened to the $1,550?
Forget it.
Well, to be honest with you, I give Debbie credit. I think she's correct. To be honest with you, much of that $1,500 was used by Judge Lehrman, who is now Justice Lehrman. So I don't want to even get into those numbers at all.
So we're talking about $1,050.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Second.
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, gentlemen. Have
Had a long day.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Judge.
Debbie.
You're welcome, Mark.
Welcome to Tarrant County.
Yeah, really welcome.
Hey, he was my parking buddy for years.
District Clerk.
Oh, we can make that
Tom, you can thank him for making it a real easy path for you to come forward. It ain't gonna work.
Exaggerate my
Give him
rant
up.
here a little bit more.
The more you talk, the less you get.
I understand. I'll try to.
Can I say something right quick? I'm going to make this easy. We've been wrestling with what the impact would come to regarding their new efforts on this collection effort regarding AG cases. We included one position, a grade 70, in their budget, and we stand ready to support an additional grade 16 at $46,463.
Then I would be in agreement with the budget director and would
Have nothing else to say?
have nothing else to say.
Move approval.
Of what?
What she said.
We're adding a grade 16 that we will continue to measure for the next year to see what the additional collections are going to be that are coming to the general fund.
So we're
To the grade
anticipating,
70, right?
Huh?
In addition to the grade 70.
Correct.
Yeah.
An additional $46,763, grade 16 clerk.
So we're
Subject
adding
to
2 new
evaluation.
employees?
Total. One's already in the
Money, though.
budget.
Huh?
There's potential revenue
Correct.
coming in, offsetting.
And
That the auditor has certified.
No. The auditor was unable to include the original amount that we were requested to include because we were not able to substantiate that. We agree that there will be an increase in collections, but my crystal ball was cloudy that day, and I couldn't see exactly what that number should be. So the revenue budget that you have has zero. It
How
doesn't
are you
have-
how are you going to track the results of these 2 additional?
And it's going to be difficult. I mean, if they're AG cases, we're going to have to look at them on a case-by-case basis because every case will garner a different amount for what's due the general fund. When we're talking about collecting court costs is made up of an array of things. Some that, yes, the general fund gets the benefit of, some special purpose budgets, which the county administers. The other are state of Texas court costs. So each one of them have to be looked at carefully, and we'll have to set up a mechanism for the district clerk and how they're going to track those.
And
It have to be
Tom,
the
you were
district
so close.
I was trying.
We're
You
still
were
supporting
so
it.
close.
Well,
Again-
and I am going to support it too, but I guess, and the other thing you and I have talked a little bit about is the passport area. I think we've gone from a very profitable passport deal to a barely break even. And in my way of thinking, once it becomes not breaking even, then you're going to have to make adjustments to get it back there, or we need to eliminate.
And I promised you I would do that, but this year, once we finish September, we're going to have a plus. How big a plus? Part of it depends on what comes in on National Passport Day and whatever the rest of revenue is for the next 6 weeks. But based upon our projections, we will have a plus. If it's not a plus, I will adjust it. I promised this court that a long time ago. Am I correct to the auditor that y'all didn't add any revenue in because it was difficult to really project the revenue?
Based on the 2 months we were able to look at, we did not add any revenue. That is correct.
So basically, I agree. It is very difficult to do projections on this, but I've never brought.
Are we back to the new thing, or are we still on the passports?
We're on
No.
the new thing again.
New thing. I'm convinced, and I'm representing to the court, that there's more than enough revenue there to cover those 2 positions. I've never brought a representation of that nature to this court that I haven't made it good. And I would respectfully ask the court to look at the survey that we sent last week that shows me with over 40 fewer positions.
Tom, you're about to talk yourself out
Okay.
of this thing. We got all that information, we read it.
Very good.
We have a motion and a second, I believe. We have a motion only.
I thought I
Second.
seconded it.
I don't, who made the motion?
Didn't Commissioner Johnson just say?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Wilder.
Thank you. I appreciate the director working with me on this. I know it was more time than she probably.
Tom, you infringing on the county clerk's time.
Would y'all like to reconsider what
Don't
we're
say
doing?
it. No, you stay in your seat, and you be quiet.
Good afternoon, Court. Thank you. I am satisfied with the 2012 budget, and I do want to say that we presented a budget less 3.5%, and Debbie did make further recommendations and cuts, and we're good with that, and we appreciate all your work and help, Debbie. Thank you so much. I know it's difficult times, and we did what we were asked to do in the clerk's office, and I want to thank my staff. They went in and they cut where they could, and we're giving back 2 positions, which is about a little over $90,000 maybe to the court, to the county. So I appreciate your time, and we're hoping next year we can eliminate a couple of more positions as we bring technology, as we look at efficiencies in the county clerk's office. We are going to hopefully reduce staff with attrition and do a better job of serving taxpayers and making it more efficient. So I appreciate that, and I am helping Mr. Wilder out. I think my oldest is buying a passport from you, so I'll help you reach that goal.
You're doing, I move approval of our budget.
Thank you.
Second with gratitude on your first
Thank you.
budget.
We have a motion and a second. Yes, she's at 99% of where she was last year, so.
Thank you.
Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Domestic relations.
Hold on, let me check my list. I got behind.
She won't be here, but she approves.
I'm just totally lost.
She's satisfied.
They're satisfied with their budget.
Who are you talking about?
Domestic relations.
Domestic relations, and they have about 4 budgets here. Child support, family court services, supervision, and enforcement. They're satisfied.
Move approval of all 4.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Jury administration.
Judge Gallagher is here, but I'll make a few comments. It may save him a trip up to the podium.
He's coming. Come on.
Jury services is the area where you know the state of Texas reimburses. We pay the first $6 of every jury day, period. The state of Texas gives the rest. Now, they're cutting back on that, so we're going to lower our jury fee. So that's typically a neutral situation. If we were paying $40, it's going to go to $34. We only paid $40 because they started reimbursing us. We were paying $6. They're concerned with the adjustment that we've made here. Of course, we were looking at the fact that we're going to be paying less. 100% of the dollars come from here, and the revenue shows up in the revenue budget. They're concerned. I'm not overly concerned about it. Of course, everything's contingent on how many jurors we call and how many days they stay. There's a lot of factors that go into it. Now, the judges are looking at several other things that might make this particular budget hit a better comfort level. My only comment here is whatever the juror expense is, we're going to have to pay it. But they are looking into all sorts of avenues in order to perfect it and hopefully stay close to this number here.
Mrs. Morales is having a very deserved week of vacation, so it rolled down here, and I'm chairman of the jury committee, so you get stuck with me. This is a very fluid situation. I hope you appreciate it, because the new state legislation, rather than having a specific amount that was being reimbursed by the state each year, now it's being done quarterly by the comptroller's office. So this is going to be flowing every 90 days, and we recognize that it's a situation that may require some adjustments throughout the year. Judges are looking at increased use of the online jury summons group that is just slowly starting to take effect. If we can expand that as we keep going, there's some potential cost savings. So for example, if I have a jury panel that is ordered online on Tuesday morning, they're to report, that is a $6 payment that is paid to those jurors. If my case pleads on Monday afternoon, I can send an email to those jurors saying don't come in. So that saves the $6, okay? The other things that we may be talking about is potentially drawing down some of the jury calls on some of the days, like Thursdays. We may have people get called and we only send 40 or 50 to a court. The judges may have to make a determination, do we need to call jurors for that day? If we don't, we call that down. There's an option of adding a 12th non-jury week to where we don't have jurors at all that week. We are going to have a meeting on Wednesday to discuss some of these things, and if we do that, that may potentially draw down some costs. But I was here just to say initially, based on conversations that Paula and Debbie and I have had, just looking at sheer numbers from one year to another, the proposed budget was going to be short based on Debbie's projections. However, we recognize that it's a fluid situation, and if we can resolve things to get you a final, better looking picture, we want to do that. But it may be having to be tweaked throughout the year because of the uncertainty with the statute and the way it's written.
Your Wednesday meeting, is that all judges?
Yes, Board of District Judges.
And that's just the district judges, it doesn't include the county?
Because we set the pay rate. We set the jury calendar.
No, I just was wondering, you don't have is there a meeting of all the judges coming up anytime soon?
The only time that, the district judges meet and then the criminal judges meet, but all the years I've been on the bench, it's always been
the same room at the same time.
I don't know if there would be enough room in the courthouse for that. But it's always been that the district judges have set the calendar, jury calendar.
Okay.
So with that, that's the only thing I wanted to. Mrs. Morales is very appreciative for all the support that y'all have given her in her term, and the online system is slowly evolving. We roll one out and we work through the problems. We roll the next thing out, and so it's coming aboard. I have had jurors who love it. And if you've ever been in the Justice Center on Monday mornings at 7:30, and it looks like Six Flags. People come to get out of there, and come to get in there, and that helps cut down on that delay. So, thank you very much.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion, second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. The one thing that I remembered as Judge Gallagher was speaking and talking about a judge's meeting, this morning as we talked about the increase in pay, one of the things that I would like to suggest that we do is to bring the county court at law and the county criminal judges back in the process of getting raises. The state mandates to us what the maximum is for a district judge. But I really feel like they're being unfair, first off, to the district judges, and by us not giving anything to the county court judges, then we're just kind of going along with that, and I don't think that's necessarily right. So I would like for y'all to consider whether we make a motion and do it here today or whether we discuss it later, of bringing the county courts back in. I think it'll be two things. One, I think it'll be fair because, they're county employees just as everybody else is. And two, it may be able to encourage the state to reconsider going 3 and 4 and 5+ years sometimes without giving the judges a raise. And we've lost a couple of good judges.
Aren't those judges, though, supposed to make, there's
They have a floor.
some division in there. They can't make but so much money compared to a district judge.
They used to be.
They have a floor. We can't pay them less than, but the ceiling part has been removed. That was removed years ago.
No.
I'm sorry.
There is a ceiling. The ceiling is based upon the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeals salary
Oh, you're talking about for the district judges.
for the district judges.
I thought you were talking about the county.
Maybe he was. Okay, I'm sorry. There is no ceiling. There is a ceiling on the district judge's side that prevents us from being able to give them any increase.
But there used to be a ceiling on the county judges.
There
did there not?
was.
Yeah.
It used to say not more than $1,000 less than a district judge. Now it says not less than $1,000 than a district judge.
But there's no ceiling, so it's a floor. You're right.
But what you're proposing may put these county judges making more money than the
It will.
district judges.
It will.
It will. But the deal of it is that there's a couple of things, and I talked with one of our state senators, and he indicated that might be the impetus that they would need at times to, they have a tendency not to address the state district judges' salaries because it's also impacts what they make on retirement. And so as a result of it being tied to that, the state district judges end up kind of getting left out. And quite honestly, really all the state employees have. And while I sympathize with them, I don't, these folks are families. We lost, and I don't know that this is specifically why we lost them, but we lost Judge Gill. We lost Lynn Wade. We've lost other folks because they've got kids that they're trying to, and families that they're trying to work on, and they're not getting raises for 3 and 4 years at a time. And, I think we can do something for the county judges, and hopefully that will influence the state legislature to do something for the district judges. And then at the same time, when they do get that bump, then we can look at where our county judges are and know that if we need to what do we need to do for them at that point in time and the impact that it would have on us. So I would like for us to look at that and give that to our county judges, and just because I think it's the right thing for us to do.
I speak just on behalf of myself and some of the criminal district judges, not all of them, but the ones that I have talked to, they would not be opposed to that.
To a county judge making more money than the judge?
We're just here to serve,
God bless America.
That's right. That's
Hey, I know which court I'd run for if I were going to run for judge.
Well, I think that's been
You stay in the budget office.
Oh,
so I don't know if that's something that we can talk about that.
Let's talk about that.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that when all five of us are here.
I mean, Judge Whitley mentioned that was an issue he was going to bring up, so when we did our projections for pay increases, we included the county judges.
So it's already in those numbers, but we need to address that specifically. And I agree, let's wait till Commissioner Fickus is back. And
So the 3% is what you're talking about, giving those
Yes.
judges those 3%?
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, it would not be anything more.
I would have assumed that was included in what we were doing. They're county employees.
Did you make the motion?
I believe so.
Sounds like it's already done.
What is it now?
Special judges.
Special judges.
This is a budget we prepare every year is simply for the visiting judges, of which we don't really pay much toward. Most of that's borne by the state of Texas. The visiting judges for county courts are in their individual budgets. Professional services is for substitute court reporters, and you see we're trending that downward based on the current year trend. Hopefully that holds up. We're recommending its approval along with the courts and judiciary. The courts and judiciary is a holding spot for our capital murder fees. Capital murder cases, we only start with $25,000 in each of the felony courts because we do not know where those cases are actually going to hit from year to year. And there's also $500,000 in there to take care of what we know will be errors that we've made in judgment and counsel fees throughout all the courts. That being said, we are recommending its approval.
So moved, both of them.
Second.
A motion is second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
County judge.
County judge, and I've got a question right off the bat. I don't see the transfer in here, Judge.
The transfer.
Yeah.
Transfer for what?
Well, those funds to pay my salary when you weren't here and I had to sign all those papers.
Well, that's the position.
I couldn't find it here.
That's the position he lifted.
That's the one I eliminated that position.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome back to full-time duty here.
I'll move approval of the budget.
Bad form. I'll move approval of it.
Yeah, second.
Okay.
I will second that.
We have motions in several seconds. Vote. Motion passes unanimously.
County administrator. We're
Yeah,
fine.
make some cuts.
This budget has two positions we're eliminating.
Move approval.
Second.
We have motion is second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Non-departmental.
Of course, non-departmental is one that we administer. We've talked all around about different issues that are in this budget. We are recommending its approval. The $6 million in capital is the one that we talked about being for the acquisition of additional property in the downtown area. It has our reserves. We're recommending its approval.
Okay, Debbie, let me ask a couple of questions.
I'm afraid of that.
What is termination? I mean, why is termination pay up there?
Terminal benefits are where we charge the sick leave payoff. You know, we have a very generous accrual of sick leave. Long-term employees are eligible for up to 50%, up to a max payment of that. That gets charged here, whereas their vacation payoffs, because the amount of vacation days that they have in their vacation bucket is somewhat controllable by the department.
Well, it is, and that was another question that I wanted to bring up, because it really can have a whipsaw effect. If you have an employee that leaves one, let's say court, that has been in that court for 10 years and then moves to another court stays there for 2 years and retires, then that retiring court got everything.
Right.
Same thing with an employee.
Right.
If one of my employees who's been there 25, 30 years moves over to your place, then, and then retires, you end up picking up all of the budget on that, and it looks like a budget overrun.
And had we known about that situation, I mean, obviously, we don't want anybody hit with an adverse issue like that that may impact a hiring decision, especially for an employee that's already on board. Had we known about it, we would have taken some corrective actions ourselves, but we found out about it after the fact, and it became an issue for discussion. That's a rare situation. Employees don't change departments a lot, but it is a fairly rare situation.
How would we go about correcting that in the future as some of those things comes up? I mean, so it's just going to be a matter of running it through non-departmental, or what are we going to do?
I mean, in that situation, since it was a court, they don't have a lot of salary budgets to start off with, and we probably would have gotten with the auditor's office and asked them to charge that specific vacation payoff, because it was just a vacation payoff. It wasn't the sick leave. Now, I think what makes an elected official in particular uncomfortable is that employee leaving county service under their watch. They're the ones that's asked to attest to the correctness of the accumulation of their hours. And I think in this situation, that was probably a bigger issue than the money. Is they're asking to attest to accumulation of benefits in many years gone by that they had nothing to do with. That situation we can't change. I mean, they're always going to have to get something in writing from whence they came, attesting that what we're handing over to you is fair and correct.
Okay, in
Your Honor, when you have situations like that, you ask how would we address that? What you'll see is it'll be coming through HR as a request to waive terminal benefits.
Well, I know that, but that doesn't, fine, that's great, but it still ends up causing a department or to be expensed a whole lot more money than what is appropriately to their particular department. And so I'm just saying that in those situations, when somebody gets ready to retire, I think, Ron, you had the same instance maybe in some of yours, and I know that Judge Berger did. I know that there are others where you've got, no, yours was not that. I apologize. It was something else. But in Judge Berger's situation, it was one of those deals where she ended up with an employee who had accumulated a lot of hours from another court, and her court ended up getting it. And so I guess what I'll do is, if we're not going to set up an area to throw that vacation accrual into, then say to HR, is in those instances, you're going to have to get with budget, and we're going to have to be more realistic about how we're going to take care of that or where we're going to put it.
And I will say this again. That is a very rare situation.
Then it won't be a problem.
It won't. And that's why, had this one surfaced before it did, we would have helped address it.
In your looking at the insurance, the whole health insurance scenario, did you build in any kind of a premium increase to the employees?
I have not at this time. Of course, we're scheduled for our actual accrual meeting and projection with PEBC this week. Wednesday, yay. Wednesday, and that's when we'll get some more solid projections besides just our own.
And again, from that perspective, we haven't changed the rates in our health insurance plan now.
I think the last time was probably 2009.
And in part because we were not sure we were going to be able to give any salary increases. Right. And since we gave a lump sum last year or this year, I guess, and we've now approved something, and that may be something that at least we take into account.
And keep in mind that we didn't even recommend a change in our own participation rates in 2011 because we were believing savings that we thought we were going to see from the network changes that we made with our previous network. Those did not materialize, but we took those to the bank.
I'm not sure that we're to the point yet. We've had some pretty good...
We've had a few good months, you're right, but we haven't had any large claims on the table either that I'm aware of. Ron, correct me if I'm wrong. So the combination of a few good, pure months with no large claims is showing some positive response. But a couple of months does not make you want to take it to the bank. We have lost significantly with our cash balances or our reserves in our health insurance fund over the last 3 years. So even if we have some positive claims, I know in with this, $2 million increase, that's not going to get us back to where we were on an ending cash balance note. But I started the year with 10%. When we met with all the departments, I was talking about 10%. So the quick positive response we've seen recently from our new network helped change our minds on the 10%, and I lowered it to 5%. We also had noticed that we were supposed to get close to $1 million reimbursement from the feds. Now, took that to the bank too, but in the meantime, I have heard that that's been put on hold, the payment of that. Submission payment, some has been put on hold. Maybe it's just back in the mill.
It's in the mill.
It's in the mill.
So, there was some question there might be some reduction, but I don't know. I haven't heard any definites.
So I'm not sure I answered your question.
What is county projects?
County
that's what I wanted to know.
that's a Trinity River Vision. I think this will make the 4th year of our participation.
We've already paid $5 million into that, and we have $6 more million to pay.
Are we going to get a briefing?
What's that?
Are we going to get a briefing on that project?
Be more than happy to. We talked a little bit about it whenever we approved the contract, probably about a month ago, maybe not quite a month ago. But we'll be more than happy to bring you an update on it.
In hindsight, we should have just set up a separate account so it was easily seen and tracked, but we didn't, so it's a little oblivious to you. But that in county projects in this department is always Trinity River Vision.
Okay. What about that line item, salary structure, PFP adjustment?
Yeah,
$6 million?
that's where the salary increases are right now. Again, the terminology of that account number isn't very accurate for today's world. Our pay raises used to be called pay for performance, PFP. And an element of our pay raises is usually also structure adjustment. So we just kind of crammed a big long name into that account description, and it's not very good anymore.
Oh, so that's the 3% that we just voted on today? Mm-hmm. Was that it? Okay.
Mm-hmm. And maybe we'll just call that employee compensation or something more generic, so it doesn't really dictate how we're awarding it.
The open operating transfers, the 3.3 coming in, is that the debt service?
These are going out. This is the expense side of the world, so all of these things are going out. The $20.6 million is the capital. The 3.3 above it is the road and bridge transfer. The contingent expense, I'm not really sure why I keep that there anymore, but there's a matching revenue, so if I take that out, the revenue goes away. It's neutral. It's just so we can account for any excess unknown revenues that come in case there's a corresponding expense. We can address it this way instead of taking it from undesignated.
Well, where would savings from a project like my sub-courthouse, there's hopefully, David, keep me honest, but there could be somewhere between $1 and $2 million.
That is correct. And this is not a normal way we treat things, but because of that, that's over in our capital projects fund, our non-debt capital fund. And we call it non-debt because it's supported by operating resources. And those operating resources are cash balances, not ongoing revenues.
So where's that reflected in here?
It's not reflected in here. Now, normally any capital projects on the horizon, we would put in the capital budget. But knowing that there was going to be a reduction, or savings from that budget, facilities has identified a like amount of projects that need to proceed. I will give you some examples, but I don't have the full list in front of me. But we will talk to you about that at a later date. One of those is a roof at the Southwest Sub Courthouse. That's about $500,000. The other thing is replacing.
What roofs are we going to put on that sub courthouse?
One till we get one that works.
Till we get one that doesn't leak.
Southwest Sub Courthouse.
I was in there on Saturday after Friday nights.
Did we leave
and
the
Saturday morning's rains.
Did we leave the
And we
moss
had
out?
water all over the building.
Well, and I think that all goes to the whole capital discussion, and that's where we take the 20 million that in current year, we've got a whole lot of non-debt capital over there, some of which is your sub-courthouse that will be left over, it'll be unspent, and we can look at all of that, those projects, put them into one list, prioritize them, and say, here's the amount of cash we've got to spend this year, and, approve a priority or a kind of a pecking order as to how we spend it, and that will include the 20 million that we've got this year. And so it may be that 20 million takes priority over anything over here in the non-debt capital, but hopefully we might also see that there's some stuff over here in the non-debt capital that we feel like is more important than some of this 20 million that we're requesting this year. And we may say, well, how much money do we have to spend? If we only have 17 million to spend, then that's all we spend. And if we want to approve the capital, we can approve it, but for expenditures in later years.
And thank you for the new roof.
You're welcome.
The other big ticket item there I was going to mention is replacing the HVAC at Plaza. If you'll remember, that's a building we bought from Radio Shack, and those units are approaching 21 years old. That's about $750,000.
And the reserves is at 22.8. Is that about 7% of the budget revenue?
It's about 7.7.
And again, one of the things that I hope we would do as
And
we get...
I'm looking at, I'm sorry, sir, I didn't mean to talk over you. When I talk about 7.7, I'm talking about the reserves plus undesignated. We will spend a portion of that undesignated. It won't be significant.
That's the 5.8, 5.9 million you got there.
Okay.
And so what I would hope that we would do is, as we have closed 2011, and we've got a good idea of where our cash carry forward ended up, that we come together and look at our cash reserve, what we feel like are adequate cash reserves for our general fund, for our road and bridge, for our debt service, for our health insurance, for our self-insured programs, and all of those things in comparison to what we have, and then make some decisions based upon that. We spend on average about $10 million of payroll and about $10 million a month for everything else. So on average, on a normal month, we're going to spend just north of $30 million. In November, in October and November, we're not taking a whole lot of cash in. Take in a little bit, but not a whole lot. So that's where we're going to be at our lowest point, probably at the end of November, your half payments begin coming in, and then in December, the money begins to roll in. But that's something I hope we can talk about in November or December.
On a somewhat related item, have we heard anything from our rating agencies
We did.
about?
We did.
Would you care to share?
We spoke with Moody's. I spoke to one of their analysts. At first, when there was uncertainty as to what was going to happen with their rating of the federal government, they put us on a watch list. And it was basically, we were on a watch list not because we don't pay our bills, but because there is a lot of federal spending that occurs in Tarrant County, not Tarrant County government, but in Tarrant County. You might think of the Lockheeds of the world and the FAA and things like that. Since Moody's did not downgrade the federal government, we've been removed from that watch list. And Standard & Poor's, while they have identified various local entities that have become a part of their watch list, we are not one of them.
So far there is no impact.
That's correct.
At all.
Plus, when talking with Moody's, that's correct, Commissioner. Talking with Moody's and with our financial advisors, whenever we go out and sell debt, they will look at us independently rather than as a group.
Good. Do I have a motion on non-departmental?
So move.
Second.
A motion is second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
I don't know if that motion included the non-departmental for the road and bridge fund, but it is the next one also. Thank you.
And that 367,000 represents the 3% for the road and bridge folks?
Correct.
So, debt service.
Debt service. Now, our debt service payments will actually go down about $2.9 million going into next fiscal year. But when we prepared this budget and our notice on our effective tax rate calculation, we assumed that we were going to sell debt by the end, or shortly after the end of the year. If there's any change in that direction, then we'll have to make some adjustments to this budget, along with our debt service tax rate.
We'd have to republish too. Yeah, we're looking right now at the transportation issue, and we have yet to come up with a recommendation. Currently, our recommendation is that we still sell debt so that we can collect the money we need for our bond package. Now, there's been
This is debt that's already authorized.
That's correct. It was a general obligation authorization, of which about 75% of the population voted in favor of the debt. And so we're analyzing that now. I know there's been some discussions as far as maybe not issuing that debt this year. Before we move in that direction, we want to take another hard look at it. I understand that people may not want to make those payments, but somewhere down the road we are going to make those payments.
Well, I understand that, but right now when we borrow money, we borrowed at 3.5, and we're making at least 0.1 on it.
Yeah. And if we borrow it 2 years from now, and we have to pay 4% on that money, we'll still be a 20-year debt cycle, and so we will be paying more than what we're doing now. Now is a good time to go out to the market because there's a lot of build-up capital that's looking for good, solid investments, and a AAA government investment is a good, solid investment.
I think it'll be a good, solid investment next year too. I just hate to see us spending 3.5% on however much. If it's $100 million, that's $3.5 million that we don't have to spend over the next year.
I still think we need to do our analysis before we bring a recommendation to the court.
Well, who's your analysis going to be with?
First of all, we're looking at the transportation requirements, which we've already started doing that.
We've got $200 million sitting in the bank right now.
Not for transportation.
We've got $200 million sitting in the bank for our building and our capital bond issues.
And over the next 3 years, we're going to spend down a substantial amount. We will finish paying off the medical examiner's office. We'll finish paying off the new jail, and we'll be making substantial payments as it relates to the civil courts building.
And I think that we've seen a presentation, or at least I think we can bring to court a presentation on commercial paper that says if we end up short of money in any given year, that we could do it through that and then fund it with, and the Fed's come out and said already that they're not looking for any kind of an increase in rates till 2013.
All I have to say to the court right now that if you don't borrow that money, and which we'll have to republish, but that's okay. If you spend that money on recurring expenses, there's going to come a time, in not the too distant future, that you're actually going to have to go out and borrow that money. And if you spend it for recurring expenditures, you're going to have to diminish the amount of money you fund in the general fund.
I don't think anyone has suggested recurring, but I do believe that we've talked about today a lot of capital expenditures. You've got a $6 million one in there that could take care of that 3.3 on a one-time basis. And I just, I'm going to be very reluctant to sell any additional debt this year given what we're earning versus what we're paying.
That'll need to be a discussion that a full discussion we bring to the court.
So this is going to stay pending until we make that decision.
The debt service piece?
Well, you included in that the issuance of additional debt. And I don't want to imply that I'm going to support additional debt.
No one's asking the court to do that today.
Well, you are by the fact that you've got it in the budget. If we approve the debt service, in effect, so that's why I'm saying let's hold it pending then.
That's fine.
On the list.
County auditor.
We're good.
Move approval.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Hey, we did our part and decreased our operating expense by 10%. Of course, in our world, that's $600. Go Debbie. Thank you.
Move approval.
If I couldn't find it, I was going to write a check.
I would second that.
Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Tax assessor.
Mr. Wright, welcome to Tarrant County.
Judge, Commissioners,
Good morning, Sheriff.
first I want to thank Debbie Schneider for all her help and guidance the last several weeks. It was my first time. I asked her to be gentle, and she was.
Found out I can't.
Sort of. We're in almost complete agreement on this. I am happy to report that my office was able to produce over $218,000 in cost reductions for the next budget year with two things. One was moving the SAS 70 audit, which had normally occurred every 2 years, to a 4-year cycle. That's an outside operational audit. And the other is we eliminated duplicate mailings of tax statements that were going to both homeowners and mortgage companies when the mortgage company paid the taxes, and that saved another $120,000. And I mention that because it plays into a couple of the changes I'm going to request here. In 13102, which is motor vehicle, if you could go up to that, please.
Yes, sir.
And it's, you probably know which item it is. 521115 is postage. I've had the staff really wrestle with this and take a really hard look at it. In fact, we've zeroed in on this more than any one item in the budget because it is hard to predict. It's driven by the number of transactions, but there's two things that come into play this year that we think would require another $27,000 in that category. One is we're expecting a penny increase in the postage rate. The other is Department of Motor Vehicles made a change, whereas instead of on these personalized plates, instead of mailing them directly to the car owner, they now come to us and we mail them to the car owner, or they come and pick them up. There's increasing number of people that like those plates. There's also an increasing number of people that are doing these vehicle registrations online, which is a good thing. We want them to do it online. But doing it online, if there's and it's going to increase every year, we hope, but that will also increase the postage because that's handled by mail. We think the $188,000 or the $213,000 is inadequate and would request another $27,000 for that category.
Which one was that?
That's under motor vehicle, which is 13102, and it's item 521115, postage.
I mean, you can tell that we increased it over what they asked for.
Yeah, you requested $188K.
We made a because of discussions with Debbie, I had the staff go back and take a hard look at that because of some increases in April, May, and June, and told them I really wanted an accurate number. And so the revised request was higher. It was $240,000.
Do you have a position we can eliminate?
I do not. However, you want to go to the next one? It's
yes.
In 13103 ad valorem, and you have postage and then printing, and our final request pardon me, for postage was $415,800. We'd like that $30,000 restored. However, the very next line, the printing, we want that reduced by $33,000. And that has to do with that elimination of the double mailing of the statement. We save that much in printing.
So you want $415,800 in the postage, and you're wanting to reduce by 33 the $155.
Yes.
Well, it would be 122,370.
Okay, that'd be your 33. 122,370,
Right.
and then up there it would be 415. So we're 3,000 better off so far.
Right. And I think where we may be off, or where we differ on postage here, is we're basing it on an expected increase of 100,000 mineral accounts. That's what Tad has told us to prepare for. That did not happen this year. That did not happen in 2011. It was a much smaller number. The fact is, nobody knows what that number is going to be. But based on what Tad has told us, we based this postage number on the increase of 100,000 for mineral accounts.
And I guess in looking at your numbers, if we've mailed out everything, when will we mail out the statements?
October.
We'll mail out the statements, but the money actually comes from this year's budget.
We're saving 2011, but then we're going to save that same amount every year after.
So the 174 is going to go up between now and the end of the year.
Correct.
And we're just not sure, where the 174, is that for late statement, or what, is that for the,
Well, the mineral accounts go out after the main.
what does the
property-
174 or 175,000 year-to-date represent?
That's, all of us that make half payments, get a second statement to remind us when that second half is due. And the mineral statements go out after the main ad valorem property tax statements, and then just any other mailings that happen from there during the year.
So we spent 407,000 in 2010.
Correct.
You're estimating a reduction because of the fact that we've been mailing
Courtesy statements.
But you're concerned that we'll cut out the courtesy, but we're going to have the oil and gas stuff coming back in.
That's correct. I'll tell you, they did not show up on the certified tax roll we just received, but we expect to get them later.
Okay.
But we have no idea what that number is going to be.
Of course, one of the things Mr. Wright and I have talked about, too, is anybody that owns multiple properties gets multiple tax statements.
Yeah, we're looking at that.
So if there's any way that we can end up combining those, then every envelope we combine is money saved.
Okay. So, I've made the two changes for the 415 and for the 122, which is
And did I get that
$3,000.
right? 30 in postage and 33 out of printing.
Right. Last is under computer maintenance. We've negotiated a one-time reduction from our vendors, and so we want to reduce that by $19,500.
Which one was that?
That is item 578021.
How much was it?
Tell me again, Ron.
19.
Under computer maintenance?
It would be, the new amount would be, I think, 402,630 or something like that.
Just tell me the net.
19,500.
I'll trust you.
And that's all I have.
So if we only add 22.5 up here to motor vehicle, you'll be happy?
Yes, ma'am.
Sounds like a winner. Steven, a lot of work for nothing. Thank you very much.
So it's 22.5, the first one, rather than 27? Is that what
Yeah.
we said?
That's what we're going to add to motor vehicle. It's the net of all the changes we just made. Close to what you were asking for. And the postage increase won't be in effect for the whole year.
That's correct.
Are we clear?
Move approval.
We'll second that.
Thank you.
Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Elections.
Whole lot of work for nothing.
Elections.
Also, just would like to say that I believe that Mr. Steve Maxwell is also present today in court.
Hi, Steve. I wasn't sure you were going to make it in. We talked about you earlier.
Oh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hello there.
I really hadn't planned to be. I really hadn't planned to be here this afternoon. We were happy with our proposed budget. Worked closely with Debbie and her department. but I thought I should be here in case you have any questions for me.
Move approval.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
And even though you've approved that, keep in mind there may be some voluntary adjustments that we come back with.
IT.
See you tomorrow, Steve.
We accept our budget as recommended.
Move approval.
Second?
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
HR.
HR agrees with recommendation for budget.
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Purchasing.
Thank you.
Move approval.
Second?
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
I'll do this tomorrow, but I wanted to congratulate purchasing again for the sale that we had last Saturday out at North Texas High School Rodeo. It was very successful, very well handled, and the weather was excellent.
And the one-eyed cow and the heifer and the one-eyed horse have a new home.
$375.
Yes, sir.
And we didn't have to pay it.
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm talking about.
I'd like to say thank you to Mark Flake, too. His magic was outstanding. We had television coverage on 4, 5, 8, 11, 33, front page Saturday Star-Telegram. And KRLD had a spot all week, too, so he did an outstanding job, outdid himself this time.
And if all you guys had been out there, we would have jumped in front of the TV, but me being by myself, I wasn't about to. I want you to know that.
We appreciate that.
All right.
It was a $289,000 Saturday.
Was most
How
of
much?
it,
289?
Yes, sir.
was most of it narcotics and all of that?
Facilities management.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Precinct 1.
Move approval.
Second.
Did you move approval
I did.
of your own budget? That is
I'm not presiding.
That is not proper. I want to make that motion.
Go
We
ahead.
have a motion and we have a second.
Second?
Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Precinct 2.
Move approval of precinct 2.
I will second.
We have a motion and a second. Any
You all right
discussion?
with that?
Yes, sir.
Please
Thank you.
vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Precinct 3.
He's not here.
He doesn't need a budget, does he?
No. Let's move, eliminate his office. Can we do that? No, we can't.
Move approval.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Precinct 4.
I will move approval of precinct 4's budget.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Transportation.
I hate to kill the roll y'all are on, but I did have one point of clarification. I came to y'all earlier in the year in the spring and suggested that we move our inspector from a full-time to a part-time position, and we've already enacted that. And in my budget, it shows that as a non-funded position. I just want a point of clarification that if construction, we do see a pickup in the spring before the next budget cycle, if I would be able to come back to the court and get that position reactivated as a full-time.
And I told Renee that was a possibility. Our expectation or our hope is that we do that on an annual basis instead of the middle of the year. But you know what? Since you've gotten up here, I should have added temporary salaries to your budget, and I failed to do that. So I will have to come back with a suggestion on that because I need to calculate that amount.
I appreciate that.
So that'll be pending.
Pending on the transportation one only. The others being
Central garage.
right-of-way, central garage, and sign shop can be approved.
Yeah, we're good
Move
with those.
approval.
What about the right-of-way? Do we approve the right-of-way?
Well, that's what we're fixing to do right now. He just moved approval.
Right away, central garage.
We have a motion and a second to approve sign shop, central garage, and right-of-way.
Man, we're to white screen.
Any discussion?
I got to white screen. That means you're done after this vote.
No discussion, please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. You're welcome. Okay, I got one little point I want to clarify.
You
If
said
I
we
kinda-
were done.
I know it. I fibbed. When we did the JP so quickly, I failed to pick up and make note that, and this is also minor, I know, but it makes it right. We need to add $468 to capital to JP7.
For the chairs?
Yes. He sent a better quote in than the estimate they provided, and I just want to get it right now.
Okay.
So moved.
Well, second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
And just to sum up, looking at my notes, 46, 763. I mean, in essence, today, I already had a pre-adjustment in here for Constable 7 that I don't think we ended up proving. So I need to take that out. And Sinha, see if I put that in there. No, I didn't.
Has anyone in here received a organization chart for the Sheriff's Department?
I haven't yet, but it may have come to the office.
Huh?
It may have come to the office, but I haven't seen it. It looks like we added a whopping $47,813.
No,
No, I missed one?
20,000 for vote count.
Oh, that's pending. Well, that's in a different budget.
It's not pending.
You're right, but it's in a different budget. And assuming we have to put it in the general fund, that would be $67,000. So, a long day. You did good.
That's all we have at this time, Your Honor.
We will see y'all, we are now
10 o'clock in the morning?
we're adjourned.